There we go. Hello everyone, I'm AD Swinger, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today we are playing yet another episode of Blood and Honor, the Steel Beneath Frost, and we are going into the next chapter of our tale. So let us get underway, shall we? Once I have done that. Well. We've come to the first summer of our tale, haven't we? After a spring full of battles and bandits, spies and sailors, it seems the land of Dewa has finally found some peace. But as you know, peace, especially in times like these, well, it's as slippery as a koi fish in a mountain stream. Our three wisdoms, Masaru, the clever commander, Yeiko, the shrewd spy master, and Ryosuke, the warrior poet, might be thinking they've earned a bit of rest. But their daimyo, Kenzo Shimo, has a few more plans up his sleeve. Ah, yes. In these warm summer months, the fires of ambition burn hotter than ever, and the tasks ahead are no less interesting. First up, we've got some illicit hot spring activities. Now, don't get the wrong idea, or maybe get exactly the right idea. It seems the secret hot springs in the mountains have become quite the hotspot, literally, for meetings of dubious nature. Yeiko, our ever-watchful spy master, is to be sent to uncover what sort of business is being conducted in the steamy mist. Who knows what plots or pleasures may be bubbling underneath the surface. Next is the grand port facility Shimo dreams of building on the coast. Masaru has been entrusted with this, because who better to handle such a monumental task than the man who healed faster than a bad reputation? Port, you say? Not just any port. This is the key to the future, the gateway to riches, a new beginning for Dewa. Of course, all it takes is a little diplomacy, a little muscle, and perhaps a little persuasion to get people on board. Meanwhile, Yeiko, never one to sit still, must continue her work, sniffing out the remaining Date spies. Now, you didn't think the Date clan would just let go of their schemes, did you? No. They're like a bad case of lice. Don't tell them I said that. Hard to get rid of. And if there are any lurking in Dewa, Yeiko will root them out, no matter how deep in the shadows they hide. And there's Ryosuke, our noble Yojimbo. Fresh from his battle with the mighty sumo wrestler, that's what we'll say, he's now tasked with something just as weighty, investigating the honor of the Kurogane clan. See, Kurogane Koji may have bowed his head to Masaru, but there are still whispers that the Kurogane have other plans. Perhaps plans that involve rebellion. Ryosuke's keen eye and sharp word will be needed to cut through the rumors and find the truth. And if that's not enough, Ryosuke has one more task. You see, Shimo's got his eyes on Mutsu province, and what better way to prepare for a future conflict than to find a secret Ashigaru-friendly pass through the mountains, a hidden route to lead his soldiers safely against when war comes again. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, except the needle is a mountain pass and the haystack... You get the idea. And amidst all these grand tasks, let's not forget the bountiful harvest of fish from the winter still to be dealt with. New trade routes must be found, fortunes made, and the prosperity of Dewa secured. But of course, that's just the cherry on top for the ambitious Kenzo Shimo. So, my friends, what do you think? A summer of secret deals, hidden roads, spies, and hot springs. And not exactly the lazy days you'd expect, huh? The three wisdoms have their hands full once again. Will they rise to the challenge, or will the summer heat melt away their hopes? Well, you'll just have to stick around and find out. Onward we go, into the adventures of the three wisdoms, as the sun rises high over Dewa, and the future of the Kenzo clan unfolds before us. Let's begin. And you guys still are sitting on 8 honor. You guys are actually ahead of the game so far, which is good. You might need that.
We're very honorable people.
Go team.
Okay. Lots to do this summer.
So, Ryosuke Takahashi has already set off on his tasks. That leaves Yeiko and Kenzo to determine how exactly they're going to get things underway. I clicked the wrong thing again. Buildings are not built that way. They're built like this, very square. Very rectangular. I know how shapes work. Leave me alone. So, the summer is blazing across the castle of Iron and Jade. Bright rays moving across your grounds. The smell in certain parts of the castle of stored fish, some fermented, some not. Prosperity is well into things. Your garrison is larger, as it has been built up, and the castle has far more troops than it did before, doubling its number over the as the spring went by.
Excellent.
And both Yeiko and Masaru have had chance to, along with Ryosuke, have been able to head out to the Buddhist temple to meditate and find a center. Although only one of you will benefit from that free roll this season.
Right.
Basically, you can call out that a roll is a 10. You just say you succeed.
Right.
So, what are the two samurai remaining within the castle walls up to? As I believe Takahashi will be off at the Shinto shrine, at the village near the Shinto shrine, investigating into the Kuragane.
Well, Yeko don't know.
Yes?
How do you propose to set about learning more about these Date infiltrations? Is there any way I can assist you in this work? Or my troops?
Not that I'm aware of at the moment, but if I discover any, I may need assistance in bringing them into our custody.
Of course.
But I think I may investigate the hot springs up north and see if the rumors up there are connected with us.
Where are the hot springs exactly on the map, GM?
That feels like a wisdom roll to me.
Oh.
Because they could be in a very convenient place, or they can be in a very annoying place.
Okay, so let me go for we'll do the base wisdom roll. Where's my pencil? Which is 3. I'm going to go for my Giri as Hatamoto. I probably have a pretty good idea of what's where in the province because I have to defend it. Clan virtue is wisdom. None of us is as great as all of us because this is definitely helping another clan member accomplish their goals. Like, where is this place?
True.
It's an aspect worth 3. Bring up my pin list.
Three, yes.
Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, so that puts me at 8 I think I'll do 5 and 3. Oop, draw 3.
Oh, I was like, "Whoa, you're getting 5 wagers? Seems a little extreme."
No, rolling 5. Good.
You have privilege by a lot.
Yeah.
So,
So we know that these hot springs are somewhere in the mountains.
yes, that's been established.
Okay.
It's just a matter of where in the mountains they are.
Okay, let's see. We got the Buddhist temple up there. We got a river over here. So honestly, I'm gonna put them about right here, upstream from the rice farm.
Here,
Yeah.
let me get a marker for that. I can't spell. Onsen. Oh, it's in the wrong text color. That would help no one. That's not visible. Ah, it looks like there you go. No, I want both of them gone. There we go. That's where the hot springs are out there. You know that much.
Okay.
And I'll add that to our little legend while I'm at it, so I don't forget. So, what do you wish to... You have wagers to highlight what you know of this place.
Okay. This place is not terribly difficult to get to, although it's pretty high up when snow lingers. Peasants have been using it. You know, members of the province have been using it for centuries. So I mean, it's a popular place. So not terribly difficult to get to, from at least the the bottomlands of the province. From like the rice farm and down here, it's not difficult to get up here. I don't know about from over this way, but so that's one. Let's see. Very difficult to get to. I'm thinking. The way these have formed, like they're basically same basic hot water source, but because of the mountains and where it comes up, it collects in multiple pools of various size, like naturally occurring hollows. So you have several different sizes and locations in the same general area of hot pools. So there's places big enough where a bunch of people can go in, which happens a lot at a festival time, for example, or there are some little nooks and whatever where more private assignations can occur and take place. So kind of, it's not just like one big pool. There's several there. And to look something up real quick. And we do know that the macaques, or snow monkeys as they're sometimes called, are known to use these springs, particularly in the winter as well. So they generally scamper off when people show up, but not always. And that should be it.
Thus you know, and thus I presume you may share with the Lady Yako.
Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for sharing that information.
Of course.
That far into the mountains, it might be best to go by river.
Yes, and it's been used for so long, there are good trails running alongside the river as well.
Good. It's quite close to where I encountered the Date spy some while back. So it makes me even more suspicious of the Onsen. I should investigate quickly.
Do you wish me to accompany you?
If it would not interfere with your own duties. Decided.
Do not believe so. The port will be a large province, and has my engineer returned from the bridge work?
He would have by now, yeah. You basically got him going almost at the beginning of spring, so he got it done well before the end of it.
Okay, cool. So
plus, without the bandits, he didn't have to worry about being attacked while he was doing it, so it was a pretty straightforward job.
Right. So I'm going to start with the port stuff by sending him and his other engineers to survey the site and draw up plans, which is not something that I can terribly help with, but tell them that we're wanting to complete this by the summer, so go and take your measurements, draw up your plans, and be ready to present them to me as soon as possible.
I feel another risk coming at you as you give him your orders, and he
initially obeys. Oh, sorry.
He does. He the things that would be pointed out to you by him just before he even really gets out there, and you would just kind of know this, even without a risk, because you're from here. It's a pretty straightforward thing to know. The coastline of Dewa is fairly rugged and, as you know, prone to harsh weather conditions, especially in summer. So there is the challenge of having it built. Most people of the places that are easy to build, that's why the village is where it is. It's kind of this is a natural spot to fish from and work out of.
Right.
But another alternative, especially tactically, strategically speaking, is maybe here at the joining of rivers. But that adds the challenge of building in such soft ground. But I believe you'll have to convince him with beauty. No, I'm just kidding. I think cunning applies here the most. I don't think anything else makes sense.
All right. I mean, strategically, in my general's mind, this would be a great site. But I'm not absolutely fixed upon that as the site. If he and his team go out and kind of survey, the area and find a better site, then I'm not against that necessarily. So what is my cunning risk?
Good question. You tell me. Your dice pool.
You just okay. Sorry. Yes. So,
Yeah.
okay.
I was trying to think if there's anything else that made sense. Like, it's not prowess, it's not strength, it's not wisdom. It's more he tells you some stuff,
Right.
and then you're like, okay, well, I do want to do this. And he's like, okay, well, we could do this, but maybe that. I don't know if I want to do that because what about our resources here? Can we grab workers from this town as opposed to that town? We could, but then we'd have to do this. Because that's the other part too, is getting the workforce there.
Right.
Like you would have to pull. The good thing is you do have some labor here at the castle through your Ashigaru, but if you wanted to make the citizenry go there, they all have to go there. Whereas if they're here, so that's where your risk is. It's figuring out what's the best way to do this in the way that's as least amount of cost but most amount of gain to you. Also, you can help decide. You'll have some control. You'll have control over where it is actually placed. Because if I get privilege,
right. So okay, we'll start with my base of 4 in cunning. Always nice. Then I am going to call on Hatamoto because there is a strategic element to this and a defensive element. Because if we're going to build a port, it needs to be defensible.
I'll take that, yeah.
Clan Virtue of Wisdom, because you want to build it in the right place where it's not just going to sink into the swamp.
It's true.
Even a thief must learn his trade.
Yep.
Yeah. I think that's probably about it. So again, that's 8. So I'm going to go with... no, that's more than 8. So that's cunning, roll, then wisdom for the house, and then 3 more. So it's actually 9. So I'm going to do 5 and 4. I literally draw hash marks on my paper every time I'm figuring out a dice pool. Okay.
You have privilege.
Okay. Let me zoom out and look at the map here. Okay, this turns out to be a good spot. And the way it's a good spot is this, where's my... This part of where after the rivers conjoin and go to the sea here, that little stretch of river is easily navigable. So it works well because the actual, port itself is not right on the coast where the ground is really soft, but a little bit inland, just a little bit. So ships come up the river to the port, which also allows it to be better defended. But that's why it's a good site, because it's just a little bit inland, and that river leading to it is navigable. Okay. The geographic situation allows the route to and the port itself. Why aren't you letting me select that? Roll 20. Oh, because I'm on the wrong thing. Allows the the land is also well suited for defensive works and to make the site defensible. There's some, good rock footings for some towers and all that kind of stuff. because of where this is in relation to the Castle of Iron and Jade and the road and everything, there's already like a small little fishing village here, not the main fishing village, but I mean, fishermen have been using this. So there's already a population of potential workers and people who know the river stuff living there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's also do people living there. It's defensible. So where location is? Oops. And one of the reasons people have also been using that is because this is a very sheltered port. This is an excellent port in a storm, literally. You can get up in the river, and with the kind of rock headlands that are kind of there, this is a good, safe place for ships and fishermen to hide out if they get to ride out storms. What else were we worried about? Defensibility, getting people there. Yeah, I'm going to say that the river and inlet here is not just navigable, but also able to handle deep draft vessels, up to and including large trading junks and Portuguese, where are they, caravels at this point?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, specifically thinking the big Chinese trading junks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's me. Let me write all that down.
Cool.
You're gonna send Minamoto Hiroki off to work on as you go back and forth about it. And...
Yep.
One is sure that no such sabotage will occur on such a thing, or any threats from across the sea will be worth worrying about.
What was that?
What? Sorry?
Well, I mean, remember, I said all this stuff about defensibility and being able to build towers and stuff around it.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I'm just saying. I'm just speculating. Don't mind me over here.
Yeah, I mean, with a port comes vulnerability. Anytime you're opening yourself up to the outside world, yeah, there's
There's a life lesson.
There's trade-offs, yeah.
And I will say unto you that, given the immensity of the project, even as you travel, Yanamoto will send runners to you, which will be fairly easy, since if you're going all the way up into the mountains to the onsen, you're along a river, so he can just send a runner down river or up river to get to you. So it's not that, it's a lot faster to do that way.
Right.
Because traveling rivers is actually a fairly fast way to travel. It's one of those things that was controlled by the samurai. But usually if you're a trader, like if you had good business, like merchants are allowed to go up and down these rivers if your clan's okay with it, which, a smart merchant would want to tell you. Smugglers will just try to go at night, and as that spy did, and just race their butts off and get out of the river before samurai sees them. Because if you're not supposed to be on there, you get in a lot of trouble really quickly. But samurai's retainers, no, your guys get to move around a lot faster, just because you don't have to check in with stuff, because it's your river essentially. Well, it's Kenzo Shima's river, not yours, but still, you know what I mean.
Right. Well, cool. Yeah, once we get that on and they're up there surveying and making plans with his engineering team. Put stuff together and head upstream.
Any other plots or plans from Yeko before leaving the castle?
Nothing in particular, no. Not at this point, aside from checking any reports that our spy among the Date has had time to send.
That, too, I believe is a cunning issue.
Cool.
See how well you've implemented your double agent.
Sounds good.
Your hidden spy.
Onibaman?
Yeah.
Beauty? And reputation of shrewd.
Yes.
And if my dog knew my plans as an aspect for discovering secrets.
Yep.
So that gives me bonus 5 in addition to my base of 4, so 9. I'll wager 4 and roll 5. Nice.
You have privilege.
Right. So he was able to successfully re-embed himself is the first one that I'm going to say with the privilege.
Mm-hmm.
With the wagers, wager number 1 would be that he is able to identify how many, or able to give us word of the spies that he is aware of in the province.
Oh.
So, by which I mean he can say that there is at least a certain number of.
How many might that be?
The two.
Say again, sorry?
Is that good?
I didn't hear your last. I asked if how many there was.
Oh, at least 2 that he's heard of.
Okay. There's at least 2 other spies out here in the Dewa province.
I would say also that he is. What's the word? He is currently preoccupied with warlords to the north of him.
You are the warlords north of him.
Oh, damn. Northwest? Or northeast, sorry?
That's Ocean. You may want to check the map in the
Yeah.
Records of Modern Matters at the very top.
Perfect, thank you. I actually don't have access to the map.
Hmm?
I see Kenso Clan, Legend, Status of Dewa.
No, in the Discord.
Oh! Sorry. One moment. Can we get that post on Discord pinned?
Sure. There it is.
I might be in the wrong thread. There we go. Thank you.
Yeah. For those of you wondering at home, the reason I don't put it here on the thing, it is quite big. So it's like, yeah, we're not gonna be using that map more. That map is almost rarely used. In retrospect, I probably should have put it in the. I'll leave it where it is. I probably should have put it in the Roll20. I probably could have done that. Not that big, I don't think.
I mean, it's black and white, so it shouldn't be huge.
Yes. But for those of you at home, Dewa and Mitsu are the two northernmost provinces in the main island of Honshu. They're great big, but most of them are taken up by mountains. There's not a lot of arable or producible land. So there's once you go north of Dewa and Mitsu, you're in ocean, and then it's Hokkaido is the next place.
Yeah.
Oh, and actually, I'll give you. I can actually flip you over to the Mitsu map,
That would be useful.
the provincial map. Oops, I probably should grab your spy along for the ride. I'll even pull your wages over there because you're gonna want to know stuff. They're back. This is the Mutsu province map. Oops, sorry. Should go over this way. Yeah, because the map I show for each of the provinces is the strategically relevant areas. Because there's a lot more mountain that goes that way. And we kind of just skip over the mountains that separate Ichigo and Dewa province away.
Yeah, the Hans are huge, but it's mostly just, forest and mountains.
Where is it that you put that map? Because I am not seeing it.
In the Roll20, you should be on the Mutsu province map now.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was looking for it in a message or something. My bad.
They actually have far more neighbors than you do, just because geographically they're a lot more attached to the areas. You guys only have 2 real neighbors, aside from 2 land neighbors, I should say.
No, we take Mitsu. Does seem like the logical move.
Mm.
And as you conquer new provinces, I'll actually bother drawing out the maps of your other neighboring provinces, because you might have something like this come up again where you're like, well, I want to go to a particular part in a neighboring province, but you wouldn't go all the way to, say, the Kozuki province necessarily, because
Right.
Why would you bother? It doesn't affect you directly. Like, they can't get to you right now.
We're retracing the
that's
route of
what it is.
Beisho.
They are currently preoccupied with with a feud with the Uesugi clan. That's what it is. Would be my second one.
Makes sense, because they neighbor them just as much as you do.
Yep.
The Suge are in Ichigo?
Uesugi.
Suge, okay.
I
believe the clan leader right now is Uesega Kenshin. The warrior monk / samurai leader. feared swordsman. Not to say Date's a slouch by any stretch, but still. Date was able to unite the Mutsu province after his brother almost got it out from under him.
Where do you have that listed? Like the clans who are in charge of places around us?
Mostly in my head. I haven't written it down anywhere.
Oh, fair enough.
But feel free to take notes, obviously, because I actually called that out in our first
Okay.
thing as well. So it's known information to your characters.
Okay. Did you drop the spelling of the Yusuge in somewhere?
I dropped it into the Discord channel.
You are the awesome sauce.
I see how it is.
It's almost right.
Then I need to decide whether I am spending the remaining 2 for a glory point, or if I'm gonna spend it on something else. I think I'll just spend it on glory.
I will point out you haven't highlighted where your spy is. You don't have to, but you might. That may be something to consider where he is in the Mutsu province, where he's mainly focused on. Like one presumes, I'll give a free wager if you want. One might presume he's operating out of the castle mainly, but he could be somewhere else.
I'd be trying to get him to operate out of either the castle or one of the cities.
Well, villages. There's no real city.
Or villages.
No, that's shrine. I'll free wager the castle because that makes the most sense. But if you want him to be somewhere else, I'd have you wagers. Spend one of your wagers.
No, that's all right. Castle's good for me.
So you can spend those
also,
two
you
to glory.
suddenly got really echoey on my end.
Hey?
Your sound quality suddenly got weirdly echoey on my end.
Huh, strange.
Fix it.
Back to Dewa.
There we go. I think my computer decided to have
free reverb.
It was, I think, outputting the sound on both my computer speakers and my headphones.
Oh. Trying to blame me for it. I see how it is.
I just unplugged and plugged back in my headphones, and that seemed to resolve it. But yeah. Right, page 47.
So, these things known, these things shared. Or do they stay within your kimono? Whispered into sleeves.
I will share the news of the additional spies, but I'll keep where he is based out of to myself. The fewer people who know that secret, the lower the risk to the spy.
Very good then. So do our duo, take to the water and get rowing upstream?
Ready when you are.
Let's go then.
The way up, as was described, is rather easy. Since you are traveling in summer, it is especially easy to get along these rivers. And you are further away from the streams, getting past the mountains. You do pass by the major village that has most of the rice farms, where Inuigoro and Yeiko, you do know the Lady Tsukiko is there. Whether you stop there for any reason or just very quickly sleep and get going is up to you.
I would stop in to check and verify that the rice thefts have stopped.
Yes, that you a few questions here or there, and there are no rice thefts anymore. The spy that would have been assigned to that task is the one that you converted and sent back. So, as far as if you were the Omaban on the other side, you'd think, oh, my guy's done everything he can, but he left because he knew he was going to get discovered. So he did what damage he could before he got caught.
Gotcha.
No sense sending another guy because the security would be up by this point, which it is, just by natural, by the extension of the fact that the Ashigaru forces have doubled, and Inuigoro and his farmers are a lot more wary of thieves now.
Mm-hmm.
I think Masaru will bring Kuragane with him.
I will ask you a beauty roll to bring him along, because he's upset that his brother was killed. And he's under suspicion right now, so he's not exactly thrilled to be doing anything. And there's a risk that he may defy you.
Brother was killed in a fair fight. Brother drew first, as far as that goes. Okay, beauty roll. This is my worst.
Would you be happy if Shimo was killed, rightly or not? What samurai would be?
That's true, but he is in my service.
For now.
Yeah. So okay, beauty is my weakness. So I'm gonna try to invoke both my name and my giri.
Yeah. Given
Particularly
your
as
service.
right. I will shoot for the clan virtue of wisdom because this is a good way and opportunity to begin the process of proving his personal non-involvement in the accusations, and to start on that long road to helping, because part of what Masaru wants to do is investigate and get to the bottom of what exactly went on with that with the Kuragane's supposed invitation of Long Way. So this, it would be wise for him to fulfill his oaths to me and work with me, because I'm hoping to be able to, because I kind of like the guy. I'm hoping to prove that he at least has no involvement in whatever that plot was. And not the worst thing to get him away to maybe get out from under the suspicious eye of my brother for a little bit. So okay, so that should bring me up to a whopping 3. Can I swing for devious?
I don't know how devious you were being with this man.
True. What about none of us is as great as all of us? Technically, he is in service to my clan.
It's true. You are trying to help him.
Right. Okay, that's not great, but it does give me 6. So I think I'm going to. I should take the risk and do 4 and 2. Draw 2. Okay.
You have privilege. So does he go with you?
Yes, he does go with me. However, first thing, he's not particularly happy about it. He's acting out of his own sense of duty and honor, very much kind of against his personal preference. It's a very respectable thing for a samurai to do, but yeah, he's not particularly happy about it. And this is all a roll to determine whether he was coming with me. So when I do a wager, it really has to be connected to what the roll was about, right?
Correct.
Okay. And this was basically just convincing him that he ought to come with me and help out.
I would ask, actually, as a sort of prompt, about how he may feel about Ryosuke Takahashi, because he's coming along with you. It is reasonable for him not to blame Kenzo Shima, although he might. Actually, that's the thing I point out. That's up to you, really. He could blame Kenzo Shima. He could blame you for not stepping in. He could blame Ryosuke Takahashi personally for killing his brother. But he blames somebody. Somebody is responsible for his brother's death. And even if he were to blame his own brother for his own foolishness, he didn't commit seppuku. He was slain in battle.
Right. Let's say that he is looking for someone to blame. He hasn't settled yet on who's really at fault here. Is it the daimyo? Is it Ryosuke? Is it Masaru? So in the fact that he hasn't settled on who to blame, he's kind of looking. He's looking side-eye at everybody right now. How does that work for you?
That works for me. So yeah, Yeiko, you have a very pleasant travel companion along with you and Masaru. This guy who constantly looks like he's in a tiff the whole time, but he's keeping it to himself.
Oh, and
very unjolly man of Dewa.
Masaru will have both him and Koji with Yari, like hunting Yari, in case you run into wild boar or angry macaques or something, or they will work just as well on people. But
true.
Yeah.
You have a rather bristling armed escort, Yeiko, as you're looking into the rice farm thievery, and there's a few questions of jokes that people say of who would dare, which indicating the rather armed escort you have compared to the much more. You only had like a couple Ashigaru guards, just a token guard before. Now you have two samurai, the Hanamoto of the clan, and a semi-famous bandit leader turned loyal samurai.
One of whom looks like he's looking for an excuse to kill somebody, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So there's a lot of caution around you, and people are being very, very truthful with you. But given the place, the people do joke around a bit. That they joke about their presence.
Well, and that's one of the things too. While Yeiko is probably taking tea weirdly with this servant woman, Masaru is going to take Koji and talk to Inoue Goro and go into the village and make sure that Koji's former followers from here are settling back in and haven't been terribly disruptive and all that, and that all is well on that end of things.
To that, before I get to that, Yeiko, is there anything in particular you wish to discuss with the lady Tsukiko? Or do you want to be at the... Or are you more focused on the meeting with Goro?
No, I think I would meet with Tsukiko for partly to make sure that her retirement is comfortable. And the other reason would be if she ever finds herself hard of coin and is interested in re-entering the service of the clan. I want to make the offer open to her if she's interested. But I imagine she went into seclusion for a reason, and she wanted to be out. So I'll respect that. If she's done, she's done.
Which of these encounters do you two wish to resolve first? They're happening roughly around the same time at night, probably after a bit of rowing across the river and doing a walk around town, village, and seeing some of the farms. But there is the grand house of Inoue Goro and the small little annex hut, if you will, of where Lady Tsukiko is. Far more humble than one might think, but the interior shows the most, shall we say, humble hints of her wealth and status. Whereas Goro is trying very, very hard to look rich. Lady Tsukiko has no requirement to look such, but she likes having a very comfy cushion, a tasteful little scroll on the wall, that sort of thing. There are 2 meetings happening this night. Where do we look first, folks?
Go ahead, Yako.
Sure. Works for me.
Lady Tsukiko is... happy's a strong word. She welcomes you into her home. The little hints, as I say, the somewhat nice tea set, not too nice, somewhat tasteful wall scroll, but not too pretty. But you, as a samurai yourself, and living in the castle of Iron and Jade, yeah, these are the decorations of a samurai, of someone of the samurai class, someone who has money.
Yeah.
She's just choosing not to highlight, and her clothes kind of highlight that a little bit. But she has dressed down to blend in a little, but it's like a really rich person trying to slum a little. It's like it's hard to do that when you're used to a certain level of a certain amount of quality. Unless there's also that sense that there's no fear from her. Like she isn't afraid to be known for this. She's just not announcing her presence. Much as you and Masaru and Koji have, but that's because you're serving. It's kind of, unless you're trying to disguise your travels, it is more honorable to walk about plain than to hide oneself. But the Lady Tsukiko bows her head to you a tiny bit. Almost the barest amount. Although how much of that is age and how much of that is her seeing herself as above you in some way is unclear. And how do you address her back?
I will give her... I'll give her due respect for an elder.
A fairly respectful bow, but not so much. Like she's not your family in particular, so I don't know. I imagine it's fairly deep, but not really deep.
Yeah.
Like that's the sort of thing you'd do for like Kenzo Shimo or something like that, or your actual mother, or your actual grandmother. Like no, you get bigger bows. No.
Or for my actual daimyo.
Yeah. Kenzo Shimo is your actual daimyo, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay.
Dun dun dun!
Lady Tsukiko, offers you tea. She makes no grand ceremony of it. It's more of she wants something warm to drink on a cool summer evening, I should say. She does this in quiet silence. There is no sense of her probing at you. You haven't really even traded words. She has offered no words to you yet. Just the obvious welcoming, the obvious acknowledgement of your presence, and the hospitality of offering tea.
Good. I'll wait until she's ready to speak. There are times when you need to rush, but there are times where it's better to just let the moment rest.
I'll give you a beauty roll here. I'm going to give you a free wager because you're observing one of those quiet things. You just actually hit on a virtue of samurai culture. Patience is indeed a virtue. Rushing doesn't serve anything. And that will be appreciated by Tsukiko quite a bit.
Cool. I'm going to invoke my name here.
Many layered, yeah. There you go.
Which gives me 4 dice. I don't think any of my aspects really apply, and I don't really think my reputation applies.
I wouldn't say so, no.
Clan Virtue Might of...
Your virtue's wisdom.
Yeah. Never mind.
Oh, yeah, I thought you were saying your virtue was might. You're saying it might. No. It was a question. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wisdom? I don't think you'd have to argue that. There's an argument there, but I'm not sure if you have
it. In the wisdom of knowing when is necessary for haste and when you can afford to relax a little bit.
Yeah, I'll take them.
Okay, so that brings me up to 5. And I think I'll roll a 5. Alright, fair enough.
Oh, you have privilege. Who speaks first in this exchange, and on what topic?
I'd say she would speak first and probably ask why I've come.
Lady Yeiko, I must profess that I am ignorant as to why you have come to visit me this summer. Of what could a humble lady such as I be of assistance?
I wanted to check in on the farm to ensure that my actions had resolved the issue with the rice stores, and see if the town needs any further assistance.
Young Goro, an elder Goro, well, young anyway, older anyway, they are enjoying the prosperity of the knights being free of misfortune. And the people seem comfortable enough in this time of prosperity. Are you, Lady Yako? Happy, that is. Or one might ponder how interested one is in the rivers Dewa in the height of summer. Unless you just really are only here for the rice.
My retinue and I are taking a tour upriver. There are some items I need to attend to.
Enjoying the onsen. A worthy excuse, if I've ever heard one. She smirks.
I will smile and nod. Have you had any occasion to partake of its waters lately?
From time to time, though I prefer them in winter, where their foreign warmth is far more revealing. For the greatest might of Dewa lies beneath the frost. Though some celebrate it more in the summer. Especially that quiet man, Sagara Tenma. I hear he enjoys the springs in summer. A man of Mutsu, if I've ever heard one. She drinks at her tea.
Sagara. He's north. I wonder what brings a man of the Sagara clan here.
The
As
flow.
far,
Go ahead.
as far as I'm aware, I thought his family of Kyushu.
Well, this Sagara is one of interest in those in kimono, in trading in Koku. He is interested in the trade possibilities of the North. And he has looked to the villages of Mutsu of late. He has looked to the trade of southern barbarian goods. And perhaps he has intentions in Dewa. Or perhaps he merely wants to enjoy the Dewa Onsen. She smiles. Sips at her tea quietly. You see her head tilt a little bit, as you can tell that she... It's a thing that you do sometimes, because as an Amwaband, you are always waiting to see if some spy's listening in to your conversation or not. Mind you do that less so, because you are the Omaban of Dewa, so if anyone is listening in, it's one of your spies.
Well, hopefully.
Yeah. Otherwise, there's a rather desperate struggle happening in the underbrush outside the hut right now.
I will also turn my attention to listening for any sounds or as paying attention to see if there's anyone listening into this conversation as well.
And for a while, the ladies Yeiko and Tsukiko sit in silence, and anyone watching the pair may think they are just simply enjoying tea, but a far wiser eye would see that these are two Onwaban who in equivalence would be samurai with their hands at their swords on guard, not against each other per se, but against anyone who's dumb enough to be lurking nearby. But otherwise, it seems like a rather nice tea time. But we turn into the grand estate of Inoue Goro. Well, as grand as a rice merchant can manage, which is quite a bit. It is. He's actually doing really well now that he's not being thieved from anymore. As Kurogane Koji looks around with Kenzo Masaru, and Koji's not terribly pleased looking around. Masaru, you can tell that he doesn't have a very high opinion of Goro. But samurai tend to look down on the merchants in general, because they're not warriors. There's no honor to be gained this way, no glory. But there is a great amount of wealth. And as much as Koji was motivated to thieve and banditry, he was out for a higher calling. He was trying to do something beyond that. He was a bit of a the Southern barbarians might call him a legitimist. Though that legitimate claim has fallen under your sway, it was still an honorable thing to try, if by dishonorable means. Goro, on his part, is loud and obnoxious, happy to show you around and point at all his strapping sons and hint at his beautiful daughters, hoping to marry them up in the world. Maybe connect themselves into a samurai clan, which that'd be marrying down for you quite a bit. These aren't samurai. These are common folk. It's not unheard of. It's not against the law or anything. It's just, you have better prospects than this.
Yeah. Yako, are we planning to stay the night here? You think?
If it's evening already, I would assume so. Trying to boat on a mountain river after dark doesn't seem wise.
So yeah, I'm very happy that Inoue Goro is looking forward to hosting us, and in his house, and of course for my meeting with him, he will be having an audience with me in his house. I mean, I'm fine, but there is a class distinction here. So basically what I'm saying is, he is a wealthy rice merchant and, respectable member of society and and my family is generally has good feelings toward peasants and whatever, but, we're staying the night. He's putting us up. And this talk with him, it's not, we're going to talk with him in his house. We are having an audience with him in his own house, and he's coming to talk with us. See what I'm saying?
I do see what you're saying, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I am the general and the brother of the daimyo, so, I'm acting as a samurai in that position would, just, I'm being polite about it.
Well, I imagine, by the sound of this, that you're trying to create a bit of, trying to maintain the beauty in the world of the right thing in the right place.
You just
the right
love
time.
picking up my beauty.
You're so nice, though. Stop being nice to people. But I will give you 2 free wagers on your dice, because you're right. That is the correct thing for Goro to do. He'll be like it. You could just cut him down, frankly,
right,
if you just felt like it. There's not a whole lot he can do to do it. Your daimyo might be angry about it, but it's not against the law per se.
Right.
You're protected that way. And also the second wager is because you have Koji Kurogane here, who is popular. Even if he doesn't like Goro that much, he was the other possible ruler.
Yeah.
So he is popular. And that helps out. It's like, well, how Goro may feel about you or not, he does like Koji, even if Koji doesn't like him.
So yeah, I'm kind of underlining that, the structure of things and people in their places, but I'm not being a bully about it. But I am definitely, okay, you are who you are, but I am who I am.
I'm still a samurai.
This is the relationship, right? And a very high-ranking one as far as you're concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So okay. So beauty, you get nothing. I think I'm definitely calling on my Kiri and my name.
Mm-hmm.
Could I argue for wisdom? On the basis that, again, it is, the structure is what makes things work. I can be polite about it, but we're not going to, it is wise to, let everybody know where everybody stands, just so all that's clear.
Yeah, and I'll agree with that.
It's not blunt.
Yeah, you're going about it in a very path of wisdom. It's reminding him of how things are, but not being cruel about it either. You're not trying to show off your prowess. You're not showing off your strength. You're showing off that you know the propriety of things. He should too. Which you're right. He should. Whether you and Yeiko are patient is up to you. Whether or not your samurai under you are patient is up to them. It's better for him to be cautious around samurai than to be overly friendly or overly familiar.
Don't think I'm being devious here.
I wouldn't say so.
Don't think I'm trying to obtain secrets. Don't think I'm trying to helping a clan member accomplish anything or doing anything about craftsmanship. So unfortunately, that leaves me at 3 dice.
Mm-hmm. It's been an honor for some extra.
Is this worth an honor roll? I mean, I am kind of...
Yeah, because the privilege going to me may not be the worst thing in the world. It just means he may or may not observe this properly.
Right. I don't think this is a big enough deal to spend honor on. I mean, because after all, in the final analysis, if I really wanted to establish positions, I can't just cut him down.
Yeah.
So yeah, I got 2 free wagers. So I'm going to roll 3 and hope for the best.
Okay.
D6. Hey!
Wow. Yeah, you retain privilege. So first off, does he honor his place and take audience with you, or go to audience with you in his home, as you take temporary control over it?
Yes. He does. However, I got 2 free wagers.
I will point out that could be glory for free, or you can add extra things into how he appropriately takes you in. Because obviously he won't charge you for staying in his house. He's getting honor just for you visiting him. Never mind staying at his house. He's doing really well in the village right now. He's the big cheese all of a sudden.
Right. So yeah, he does that, and he actually kind of bends over backwards. But first wager, his wife's not particularly happy about that because she's used to being the big muckety muck or whatever, so she's not really happy about that. But the second wager is like their servants and through the grapevine, the regular common peasantry get a kick out of it because particularly the wife, but also Goro, has been basically shoved out of all of the best rooms in the house, including their bedroom, for the visiting lords, and everybody kind of gets a kick out of their discomfiture.
Mm.
And the fact that everybody also knows that the wife is just going to be pecking in a way, incessantly during all this.
You didn't have to say yes right away. I mean, I know you had to say yes, but you didn't have to say yes right away. You could have pushed back a little bit. It's like there's going to be some jokes at Goro's expense for the next while, I think.
So,
how do you get Goro out of bed? Just call Masaru over. Ah ha ha ha.
Yeah.
Will you have Koji sitting in the audience, or do you want him just guarding elsewhere?
No, Koji's sitting in the audience.
So Goro bows repeatedly to you. Bows not quite all the way to kowtow, because your clan does have a reputation for being nice. So he's not scared. He's not overly scared you're gonna kill him, but he is gonna bow very, very low because you are a samurai and he is not. And he needs to be very careful how he talks to you. And you've wisely kind of given him the hint, even if you didn't say it directly, of, I'm getting your bedroom, you're gonna do that for me, aren't you, sort of thing. Like, you're hinting at stuff in a very beautiful way, and he realizes, oh, right, I should do that, that's correct, I'm gonna do that.
Right.
So now he's bowing very, very low. It's sketchy. He's bowed to people all the time. He's bowed to samurai before.
Yeah.
But this is the first time he's probably bowed to you in particular. You're one of the highest ranked samurai he'll ever encounter in his life. Like, him encountering Shimo, he'd like to encounter Shimo one day, but he also doesn't. Because that, if anyone can kill him with zero consequence, it's Kenzo Shimo.
Yeah.
But no one's going to gainsay him in his own province.
So is Sama the correct address? Like,
God,
the
no.
respectful address?
He's way too low ranked.
So,
You could be nice about it and say Dono. But more familiarly, you might call him San.
Okay.
Like Mister, basically. You're acknowledging that he's an adult. But
Inoue-san.
you could drop San entirely and just address him as Inoue, because he is just a peasant.
Right. Well, you gotta throw him a bone here and there. Inoue-san, your gracious hospitality does your family and your ancestors credit.
You honor me, Kenzo-sama, Kuragane-sama. It is, I hope you enjoy it. We have much sake here if you want some, and much rice, obviously, and we can have a full meal ready whenever you like.
I look forward to that. But worry not, we shall not impose on you for long. We will be moving upriver in the morning. But while we passed through, I wanted to speak with you and to make sure that after the incidents in the winter and spring, that the farms in town were recovering well, and your I don't know, there's not granaries. The rice barns are full.
Bit to bursting now since the thievery stopped back in spring. Kenzo-sama, we have so much so that I'm even in talks with merchants out of Butsu to buy our excess. Although I have heard rumors from elsewhere that there's a port to be built downriver, so I'm trying not to oversell one direction, because I know, and I'm sure you of course know this, Kenzo-sama, but it is better to not focus too much of one's coin in one direction or the other. It's better to spread it around in case of disaster, or not that disaster would happen here, of course, but that would happen with the Date clan or the people of Mutsu, but it's one cannot divine the will of the gods without being a lot closer to them, and I'm not nearly all that close to them.
Indeed, and I can tell you that the rumors you have heard are true.
Oh, good.
Our Lord Kenzo Shimo has ordered the development of a port with an eye not merely to increase trade with the other Han in Nippon, but also with the Ming traders across the seas.
Oh.
Now, of course, such a construct will take some time, although we do expect trade to open perhaps before the port itself is complete. Quite an opportunity for you and your village, I believe.
Yes. more people to trade with, the more we can show them the best rice and Dewa. About time, not to shame, obviously, any of the honorable samurai who fund the jade works that have made our province famous, but I think that Dewa rice can be another stream, much like our rivers. And you see him slowing down and stumbling a bit, like he's repeating what someone else told him. And you can tell there's an artistry or poetry to the way he's speaking that doesn't match his education. He can't possibly be that well read. Rich as he is, books are expensive, and an education is even more expensive. He fumbles around, but eventually says something to the effect, I'll save you the stumbling, but he says something to the effect that Dewa is not made of one river but two, and two streams feed into a larger ocean. And you know that as a Dewa samurai, it's one of the Dewa phrases to indicate that Dewa is known for being wise. So that means that's someone who served either with the Kenzo or the Kurogane. And you see Koji look at you like he recognizes the phrase, but he doesn't say anything to hint. You can tell Inoue is completely ignorant of the phrase. He doesn't know that he's repeating someone else's phrase.
So Dewa is not made of one river but two. What's the rest of it?
And it's made of not one river but two, and feeds into the much larger ocean. A sort of hint that Dewa always has more than one way to get at the larger world.
Indeed. Well spoken.
He bows and smiles repeatedly. Koji just kind of frowns because he sees this as him being a little uppity, but he's not going to say anything.
And I wanted to speak to you also. Kurogane Dono's friends is the wrong word. Kurogane Dono's recent companions, some of which have returned to your village. They are settling in well, no problems. They are regaining their health over the spring.
Yes, actually. They speak highly of Kurogane-sama, and he bows. And Koji kind of nods at him to acknowledge it. You can see Koji's kind of seems a lot calmer now that he knows that the people he was leading got here in time. And you can tell that he was a little worried in a way had punished them in some way without punishing them, sort of thing. But Goro goes on to tell stories of the various people who've come by, the farmer this, fisherman that, forager that. And if you don't stop him, he's going to talk about that all night.
Right. Well, I kind of really, man, this is good to hear, and particularly the return of Kurogane Dono's compatriots. It's always well to remember that while every family may fuss and fight and have arguments, in the end, we are all family and stronger when working together. And you mentioned earlier you were making arrangements to sell some rice to the merchants from Mutsu?
Yes, Kenzo-sama.
Well, of course, that strikes me as a wise economic decision. However, should you ever hear anything that you think might interest myself or the other leaders of the province from these merchants, I would be very grateful should you pass that along, either to myself or the Lady Yako.
Of course. I am of any ready service to the Kenzo clan.
You understand, of course, that as a Hatamoto, it is my duty to keep my ears well open to any news coming from Ichigo or Mutsu or the wider world, to ensure that all of us may enjoy the prosperity of Dewa.
He nods. Yes. I understand, I think, Kenzo-sama.
Well then, you promised us a fine meal. Let us see you deliver on it.
And a fine meal you do indeed have, because he is rich. He's pretty wealthy. It's probably the only place you'd probably get better than this is at the castle, honestly. Like, it's the benefit of being the guy in charge of the who basically runs the rice farms
Right.
for the entirety of the province. He doesn't make a full koku himself, but still.
Right. Well, and Masaru will drink very lightly, but he will not make any attempt to stop anybody else from indulging. And will, through, as subtly as possible, encourage Kuragane to speak and ask questions and whatever, and just kind of see where that goes. If anywhere.
The night goes on, and Kuragane is able to learn a few things after the night of revelry. And since you've waned, you don't have to do a strength risk or anything to see if you can outdrink Inoue Goro, because Inoue Goro is a fish of a man who can drink sake with the best of them. So you feeling no compulsion to follow along, you enjoy okay sake, because sadly you don't have a really good sake brewery here. But, where there's rice, there's sake. So,
Right.
You find that the sake here is a little, it's not very smooth, or it's very, not quite chunky. Wouldn't say that, but it is a little thicker than you're comfortable with.
It's moonshine. Yeah, it's not properly pressed and all that.
One could say that, yeah. I wouldn't say that.
Fair enough.
There is different sakes of one's like official sake that's
Right.
prepared so even today, and then there's the more common way to make it.
Right.
The history of sake is very interesting in Japan, but yeah, you're having that more rural style of
Right.
sake. Well, it's not called a sake. It's not called sake because you can't call it that. It's called something else. In this period, they would just call it sake because it's rice liquor. it's whatever. The regulations haven't kicked in yet. That doesn't kick in until like the Edo period, I think.
Sure, it's that good farmer's poteen, lad.
But I will say Kuragane Koji is able to learn that Inoue Goro, he has fortunes. He's an okay farmer. He's not the cleverest guy, though. Like, he doesn't understand. He kind of asks around mostly to figure out why Goro's doing so well. He doesn't seem like a grand merchant. He's more a farmer than a merchant. He doesn't seem like a noble or an ex-noble, because he doesn't talk educated or act in a beautiful way, shall we say. In the samurai sense. He is able to figure out that the Lady Tsukiko, an elder servant of his, ever since she came into his service, he flourished. And that seemed to happen right around last winter. Right around when the Kenzo clan rose out of the frost. Suddenly this lady just came out of the woodwork, and now he's thriving. He doesn't know what to do with that. That seems odd, and because you and he both know that the Omaban of Dewa is Yeiko.
Right.
So there's that unspoken question of, well, who the hell's this lady? I don't know who she is. But then again, Kuragane Koji is, if he were in service, he would like to think of himself a daimyo, but if he were a daimyo, his virtue would not be wisdom, so he's not a terribly perceptive person himself, but he is a fairly good fighter. He would be a prowess daimyo, a prowess clan focused daimyo. So he doesn't. This is something that's a bit beyond him, but he knows enough that Tsukiko sounds like an Onwaban, but Goro is not high ranked enough to get someone like that on purpose.
Right.
If an Omoban is good enough to be one, they find the nearest daimyo and serve them, because that's where the real money is.
Yeah. Fair enough. Something to add to put a bug in Yako's ear about later.
What? The night ends and daylight comes. Kenzan Masaru and Lady Yako meet each other once more. And Kuragane Koji bows respectfully to Lady Yako as you're all rejoined and getting back to your boat.
Again, Goro-san, my thanks for your hospitality. You are most gracious to sudden travelers appearing on your doorstep, and I shall remember this.
He bows low to you. And actually, you notice this morning he bows in a more noble way, a little more graceful way, but it's unfamiliar to him. But he and his whole family kind of line up to bow appropriately to you. Koji scoffs again, but because again, this is a bit beyond how Goro should be acting, but whatever. It's not dishonorable for him to act this way. He's being extra polite. You can't fault him for doing that.
Right.
And you know by what you've said, you've actually brought. If he were a player, like his own separate faction, I go, you just got an honor point. The samurai said you did a good job, and he will remember this. That's
right.
People heard you say that.
Right.
And
So it's worth getting henpecked for 24 hours.
Yeah, like his wife is gonna be mad at him. He'll get to he'll make up for that later. I'll actually add one honor to you guys, because you guys didn't have to stop here. You guys actually did this town a favor by stopping, because that brought honor on them for you guys to stay here. It highlights that this place is important, which also dovetails into how Kenzo is seen as a clan of the people. So you're kind of reinforcing that reputation.
Nice.
Cool. Yeah, I guess we head back up river. And during our travels, I will mention this mysterious lady, Tsukiko, to Yako. For I did not think that Goro was, that Inoue was quite sharp enough to have done so well as he has. Did you, Kuragane Dono?
No. That man could tell. I'm sure he could throw me over a horse if he really wanted to, but lifting a set of scrolls and reading them in detail? No, that's not in him.
Yeah, he seems an able enough farmer, but I think that he has had some able assistance in growing his wealth and moving into the world of a trader. And we do. Kuragane Dono and I were able to learn the name of a lady, Tsukiko, who appears to have been of tremendous asset to Inoue-san in developing his business acumen. Someone perhaps to keep an eye out for.
She is a wise and learned woman.
Ah, so you have already made her acquaintance. Very good.
Yes. She was who I was having tea with.
Ah. Even better.
It tickles at the back of your mind, Yako, when you think about it, where it's like, wait, why wasn't Lady, the wife of Goro, wasn't at your tea ceremony not tea ceremony, but your little tea night. You get the feeling that Tsukiko did that on purpose to make sure only you and her could talk privately. Somehow, the lady who helps run the entire household didn't get to have tea time with you two. It's like, yeah, no, you're Bushi, she's not. She doesn't get to have tea with you two. Unless you guys really liked her, but, for some reason Tsukiko didn't invite her.
Well,
she was serving sake pretty much all night to samurai and a bunch of farmers. That's a thing she wanted to do with her day.
The patriarchy.
Yeah.
So, on to our main business. What can you tell us about what you've heard about goings on at the springs? What are we to look for?
There is apparently a member of the Sagara clan who has taken an interest in this onsen.
What do we know of the Sagara clan? Sagara clan. Masaru is asking Yako what she knows.
Oh. They are to the far south on Kyushu, but it appears he is pursuing business interests with the Date. So, why his business interests take him to an onsen within our province? It's a question I'm very interested in learning the answer to.
I'll tickle your brain a little here for free there, Masaru. And this is because you're a Hatamoto. The port upon which the Portuguese land and trade is in the far south, like down in like Satsuma and such. Like he's not if where southern barbarian goods may come and go.
Right. So he's from that kind of region.
Yeah. I nodded like you could see me.
He apparently trades in goods from the south, I will add offhand.
I would be interested to learn exactly what goods he is trading. Particularly to the Date.
Perhaps we can convince him to trade with us instead.
Kuragane looks thoughtful for a moment.
Or we could convince him to leave. Either of those are acceptable.
What are your thoughts, Kuragane?
I'd heard the Date had a port. And perhaps Sagara being this far north isn't all that strange. If trade negotiations have already happened between them. Though I don't think it would be... maybe. The Sagara do look to the Shimazu clan. And that name rings a bell almost immediately because they're one of the bigger clans in the far south. They're the ones that basically hold. Put it this way, when he as Kuragane is to Kenzo, so is Sagara to Shimazu.
Okay.
So the Sagaras could be doing this on their own, but this may be a trade link with the Date through their port. So if that's true, then why is he here in Dewa? And not talking to us?
Perhaps the three of us can find answers to these stringent questions.
That would be ideal.
And you come upon, after some rigorous but relaxing, 'cause I doubt you guys are like paddling for your lives like a certain
Yeah.
lady and ninja were, not that a whole season ago. But with two strong samurai paddling the boat, and Yeiko, your strength is your strength is your weakness, isn't it?
Yes.
So yeah, you're probably not helping with the paddling all that much, but between Koji and Masaru, yeah, you guys get upriver pretty quickly, and arrive at the many onsen that dot the mountains after following some paths. It is a hidden little refuge as you steam. You hear happy monkeys milling about and diving away and cheekily chuckling at the humans who come into their waters. Even though it is 100% human waters, but you know, who's going to tell the monkey
Right.
that? And will monkeys ever listen? Yeah, it looks to be pretty hopping, which, not that people don't go to hot springs in summer, and like you said, it coming up here in winter is kind of annoying, but usually you go to, some people like going to hot springs in summer. In Dewa, it's a little more popular to go up here in autumn, in a colder month, in a colder season rather, like in autumn or in winter, because it's a very warm place to go. But you know, if you're not terribly wealthy, you're a villager who wants to travel a bit and isn't going on a pilgrimage, you might pop up to the onsen all the way up here. And actually, some people of Mutsu come this way sometimes because you're not, some of the mountain people, not the rich folk, because they have their own ways of having fun. But so there's some people who might from the Mutsu province that come downriver, hit up the onsen, then head back upriver back home. As long as they're willing to pay the travel fees and taxes and so on. But it's worth it because you're having a fun. If you really have the money for it and the time, great place to go. That said, there's a lot of really wealthy-looking people here. Not samurai wealthy, merchant wealthy. So I'll highlight that to you. And you see a few people milling around with swords at their belt, which is a little odd because Masaru, you control the samurai and the warriors of Dewa, and if anyone was coming up here, they would tell you first. Like if Kurogane said, I'm going to go on vacation and hit up the hot springs, he'd tell you. He has to, for one.
Right.
Two, you might say, hey, while you're up there, could you check on the taxes for me real quick? Or hey, you might send him to go do something while he's going there. Or if Yanamoto said, hey, I'm going to hit the hot springs, he'd tell you. If any of the Ashigaru were going, you wouldn't probably be told directly by each individual guardsman, but
Right.
the head of the guard, Saito, would say something. He'd say, hey, by the way, we're sending some people up to the hot spring. Do you want them to do anything? So you should know if any samurai are here. These aren't your guys. You know they're not. Yeiko, these aren't your spies. There's spies of yours who are here because you're here, and there's probably spies of yours that would normally be flittering about. But you didn't send anybody here, as I recall. You came here personally rather than sending an agent.
Yeah.
So, yeah. They don't look like they're ready for a fight. It just looks like a lot of people have Yojimbo for some reason. It's odd. But no one stops you. I mean, people fuss over you because, holy crap, you guys look richer than everybody else here. And eventually, now the question is, do you guys come here plain clothes, obvious as to who you are? Or do you hide the fact, or do you pretend you're traveling Ronin of some kind? How obvious are you as you enter into the hot springs?
I'm going to defer to the lady Yeiko because this is kind of, how she wants us to play this.
I would probably at first want to conceal who I am, just to avoid arousing suspicions of the other folks here.
So,
Especially if there are spies at play. I don't necessarily want to announce the fact that the province's spy master is here.
fair enough. Do you want to have Masaru be Masaru, and you're a servant he's brought with him, so you can kind of slip into that role, or do you want all three of us to be sort of incognito? I mean, because Masaru could kind of take the focus off of you and give you a little bit more freedom of movement by being, I'm the Hatamoto, and ha ha ha.
Actually, that's a really good idea. Let's go with that.
Okay.
Because
So,
if nothing else, your presence will make them on edge, and if they're on edge, they're more likely to screw up.
okay. Yeah, so Masaru will be in, the equivalent of his livery, his nice kimono, prominently displaying the family crest. Have Koji also, displaying his crest and, acting as my retainer or friend, whatever. So yeah, so
Retainer or friend? I will highlight there's a difference.
So yeah, let's go the friend route, the kind of companion route. What?
I have to clarify. Do you mean companion or companion?
No, friend, comrade.
Okay, yes.
Yeah.
You are an older samurai to his younger samurai, so I had to ask. Because you are going to a hot spring as friends, Right. And you see that here because, it's a thing for two guys to enjoy, it's fine. But, of course ladies are here, obviously, because who doesn't like a good onsen?
We brought a servant girl. I mean, come on.
I will ask for a cunning risk from the two of you, because you are trying to present a very particular vision to any would-be eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Arguably beauty, but I think you guys are being more cunning than... You're not trying to instill harmony or impress people with a particular presentation. You're trying to fool people.
Right.
You're trying to give them the wrong impression about what your actual triad is actually like.
Yeah.
Like, oh yes, he's my friend. No, he isn't. He's my retainer. Oh, who's this? Oh, she's just a regular lady. No, she isn't. She's the Alma one. Who are you? Oh, I'm here all by myself with my friend here. I'm the Hanamoto. Yeah, I have no reason to be here other than just to enjoy hot springs because I feel like it. Because who's going to tell me no? Other than the daimyo.
Right. Okay, I'm going to go for my Giri. Devious as a reputation. And if my dog knew my plans.
I wouldn't take Giri here. Being tricky isn't necessarily a Hatamoto plan in this context. Would take Devious.
Fair, but it is also, I'm playing that part. I'm there as me, and that's part of this whole deception.
I suppose, on that argument, yeah. I'll take it. Yeah.
Behold, look at me. I'm the Hatamoto. Pay no attention to this servant girl.
Yeah.
Right. So I'm at 10. Are we doing like a support thing, or how are we doing this?
It's a support thing, yeah. You both roll, and whoever gets the higher roll between the two of you gains privilege. The other person who gets lower keeps half their wagers.
Okay. So I'm at 10, so I'm going to do 5 and 5.
What about you, Yeko?
Oops, wrong die. Those D10s. There we go.
I am going to need to reload my character sheet. Let's take a look here. I'm definitely going to go with my Giri.
Mm-hmm.
I'm I'm gonna go with my reputation as shrewd. I think that applies in this case.
I would think so.
If my dog knew my plans. And let's go with my name as well.
Yeah.
Which would give me 6 bonus plus my 4 cunning, so 10 dice total. I'll wager 5 and roll 5.
Okay.
Nice.
So we round down. So Yeko retains not 5 but 2.
Okay.
Sarah, you keep your full wagers. You have privilege. How do people react to your little deception?
They buy it. I am Kenzo Basaru, Hadamoto, the daimyo's brother. Kuragane is also known in, the province. We are obviously, comrades. Maybe there's stories about, about our meeting in the Waste when he was a bandit leader, and who knows. And our presence and the fact that we're walking around being upper crust samurai, and I'm the Hadamoto, manages to distract attention from our servant girl Yeko. Okay, so let's see what kind of so yeah, here is this. It doesn't just distract attention from Yeko, but Yeko is discounted. Like she becomes like the quintessential invisible servant.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody's paying attention to her. Let's see, what else do we need, Yeko?
Your presence unnerves our enemies.
Sounds good to me.
Puts them on edge. And so they're more likely to make errors of nerves.
Okay. I'm gonna spend one more and take some rep. The enemies, you're pretty much invisible, and trying to think of something.
The question I may raise to you, is what color of visitor you come off as? Whether you're coming here in a official, like, taxman sort of a way, an intimidation way, a majesty way of things, or if you're trying to act far more suspicious, like you're trying to give off an air that you're up to something, but you're trying to, but you're not a spy, so you don't know how to be any more less than yourself. You're not exactly walking in with full Ashigaru at hand and all that stuff.
Right.
He's already here with you and your buddy and some servant girl. Where'd she go? She went somewhere. Who cares?
Yeah. So I would say that, yeah, he's kind of, Massaro, the air he's projecting is that he's up here to enjoy the springs, but that he also has some sort of ulterior motive. But what that is kind of, so yeah, he's acting as if he's just up here to enjoy the springs, but there is a sense that he is up here for other reasons.
Okay.
Okay, and then I'm going to take the other two as
Glory.
reputation. Yeah, glory.
How about you, Yako? Getting some glory, or are you going to add more to your deception?
I think I'll also gain some glory.
Yep, fair enough.
That puts me at 11, so I'm actually going to spend 10 and up my devious to 2.
Okay. Makes sense.
And I think that also puts me also at 11, so I think I will up my reputation of shrewd to 2.
Okay. Very good. So you see that of the the most prominent and nice hot springs, you can go to any of them you want, of course. But there are two main ones. One, and because there's so many, they actually dedicated, instead of having, normally what you would do is you would have one big bath, and then you would have a women's side and a men's side. This place is so extravagant that one house is just men, one house is just women. Just because there's so many. It's like, well, and people here are making pretty good money doing this. And actually, these places look very nice. It's almost like this should be a holding. But it's not. Oh, that's weird. Even so much so, you even see that there's a little guard tower. And you notice this because at first it looks like a viewing. It looks like a tower. In your mind, you guys know like observation towers because you built them recently. Guard towers like that. I mean, a guard tower can be used for bird watching. It can be used for poetry writing. Like, it doesn't have to be military. Sometimes you just build a tower from some previous war and you just go, whatever, who cares? I don't care enough. Like, there's probably towers out in these mountains that Massaro has learned of and immediately forgot, going, nope, I'm not sending one up in those mountains. I don't care enough. There's nothing out there I care enough about to send people up there for yet. I'm not at war. This one, though, when you see it, because you unnerve people, you do see that there is an archer up there. Which, that's a little extreme. Like, having some guys with swords or clubs around a place with a lot of money, it's not seemly to do that as a non-bushi, but, rich people aren't dumb. They know they get thieved. They know they can get robbed by bandits, so having a few Yojimbo around isn't a terrible idea. The archer's very militant, though. It feels almost illegal. Like, it feels like a holding.
Yeah, I'm not real happy about this.
And you notice that the most prominent houses have guards who are on guard. Like they're watching, not you. They're watching you guys in particular, but they're watching other people too. But you guys have drawn a little attention to yourselves as being a little intimidating, so they're being cautious. But then they realize it's Kenzo Massaro. I'm gonna be on guard anyway. I don't know why he's here. He's up to something, but we can't tell him no. So we're just gonna we're just gonna be guards and not bother him.
Jaco's not able to take care of this quietly. I may have to take care of this loudly. I don't like this at all.
Koji will whisper, and I'll give this to you for free because you guys made it such that it's not weird for him to lean into Massaro at all. Because you're friends, so he leans in sort of a friendly manner. He even puts an arm around your shoulder, which is a little familiar because he is your retainer, but he's playing into the cunning.
Right.
And he kind of whispers at you. He smiles at you as if he's telling you some funny story he heard, and he says to you,
"Grin back.
If I were trying to hide like a bandit lord, I wish I thought of this. This looks suspicious as hell."
You think? Keep your whetstone handy.
Yeah. And he pats you on the back, and
Yeah.
he gets on guard too. Which puts them on guard even more, which you can't be
Right.
more on guard, but whatever.
Right.
Kurgane at least doesn't want to be jumped by one of these Yojimbo. Though it does look a little cagey, but again, he's playing into that. You're up to something. If you weren't up to something, why is he on guard? So what do you guys do?
Well, ostensibly being here to enjoy the hot springs, I guess Koji and I should go and enjoy the hot springs.
You are heading into the men's hot spring. Whoopsie. Where's Yeiko disappearing to?
I'll start by wandering around the area and just trying to overhear things. Doing some old-fashioned eavesdropping.
Give me a cunning roll on your lonesome, Yeiko.
Alright. Giri. Aspect if my dog knew my plans.
Yep.
I think that'll be that. So cunning is 4, and 4 brings to 8. I will wager 4 and roll 4.
You have privilege.
Alright, so with my privilege, I will say firstly, my eavesdropping is not detected.
Very good.
I'm able to look like a innocent servant, just trying to get the lay of the land and understand where I can reprovision and so on for my my lord, who is currently enjoying the onsen.
Mm-hmm.
One of the wagers is going to be that I am able to overhear some conversations expressing alarm over Kenzo Masaru being here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I will let that go. I'm also able to. Okay. Bird. I'm able to observe some people when their attention is drawn to Kenzo and Kurogane. I'm able to observe that there are people who are a little too suspiciously attentive. Like there's normal peasant to samurai class person, and then there is that little edge of somebody who has something to hide that I'm able to perceive.
Hmm.
The third wager is going to be I hear people gossiping about what could bring Kenzo here. With suggestions as benign as, like, oh, he's just here for the hot spring, to as outlandish as he's here secretly doing surveillance work for some sort of future action. And I will inflame the more alarmist rumors.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll give that one as the last wager, is that by the time I'm done my wandering and inflaming certain rumors, those with bad intentions are very alarmed that they've been had.
You notice a few more Jimbo hang out at the men's bath, and you notice the archer seems to be paying more attention in that direction. But you're unbothered. You're just a servant girl. You do get bothered from time to time, but it's that sort of half-handed, someone caught you in the side of their eye and says, hold this, or grab that, or go get that. Like, they think you work here, or you work for somebody, but no one's really, because everything's so busy, they've kind of forgotten. They're too busy to really think about you. So you do get bothered from time to time, and all it takes for you is to grab, like, a few bit of linens, walk this way, and just put it down somewhere, and who cares? You don't actually work here, so it's not like you're hurting your actual reputation.
Yeah.
Oh no, you might get fired. Oh no. Yeah, oh yes, you should report me to my lord. He's over there. Which way? No, where'd she go? What'd you look like? I don't know. Young girl, dark red clothing. Hair was up. Yeah, thanks. That narrowed it down.
She's a brunette.
Yeah. We look into the men's baths, bathhouse in particular. Koji and you come to find that there was already some guards here, and then as you're coming in, more guards seem to mill around. The bathhouse master comes out to you, bows profusely to you. Kenzo-sama, it is an honor for you to come all this way up here. We're so glad to have your patronage. I presume you're here to enjoy our baths with your friend here.
Indeed. Although, and I kind of give the guys with the guards with swords kind of a bit of a side eye. Although, it appears that you're expecting trouble.
Yes, Kenzo-sama. Well, I mean, we have rather prestigious guests coming and going, and each of them wish to ensure their safety in these times. There was rumors you may have heard, I'm sure you've heard, Kenzo-sama, that there was a thief in the rice fields in the spring. And, well, everyone just wants to make sure that they enjoy a good time here. And some fools don't know their place in the world and need to be reminded sometimes. But don't worry. They know, everyone knows, they have to know, that the mighty Kenzo clan is present. And we're all the safer for it, but when you leave, they'll have to fend for themselves after the fact. But, of course, they will assist you in any way, if is required. Should anything come up. We're all here working together. Kenzo-sama.
Well, these bodyguards are not needed now. They may go elsewhere while Gorogane Dono and I enjoy your hospitality. I will undertake the protection of anyone in this building.
I must apologize profusely, Kenzo-sama. They are not under my command, but I if you wish me to clear them out now, I can send word to the people who are already in the baths that they're the ones hiring them, and have them tell the guards to move right away. Would you give me a moment? I can just do that right now, and we can get them going. I just can't move them right now. It's the only problem. They might see it as a ploy on my part, not on yours, but on mine. So if I hand the word to their employer, and the employer hands it to them, then they move. And if they don't, well, I can get someone else to move them. Why don't you move them now? Says Kuragane, getting really irritated with this attitude. He's not appreciating this at all.
Well, perhaps I can take care of that problem more directly. And I just kind of stride into the bathhouse, fully dressed with swords in my sashes.
I will actually ask you, for a courage roll. You're walking toward guys who are on guard, who look like they're ready to strike at someone, and you get this feeling off of them that if you try to push past them, they may hit you. But if you have enough courage, you may just give off a sense of, if you draw, I draw.
Right.
And you may get the first hit, because I'm not even on guard. You're going to get a bonus. I'm not worried.
Yeah.
Because you're not on guard right now. You're just walking in like nothing's the matter, which is dangerous around people who are ready to draw.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I'll give you one free wager because Koji's right there, and you know he doesn't mind getting into a fight. He's a prowess samurai. He wants to fight if he can get away with it.
Courage is not my best, but it's not my weakness either. Let's see. I'm going to go for both my name and my giri because I'm leaning into that hard. I'm the Hadamoto, and I'm Kinzo Masaru. Don't think I'll go for wisdom. I'm actually going to shoot for if my dog knew my plans, because I am trying to, discover secrets or assist Yako in discovering secrets by kind of, stirring the pot, as it were. Or if you won't take my dog name my plans, and I'll pitch for none of us is as great as all of us, since I'm working in kind of to assist Yako to uncover what's going on here.
I would take none of us more than, yeah.
Okay. 3. Am I being devious here?
No.
No, I'm not. Okay. So, let me do...
I will warn, just so you have an idea of stakes. If you biff this, you're probably going to lose honor because it's going to look bad for a Hadamoto to balk.
Right.
In front of some Yojimbo.
I'm going to do 5 and 2. So roll 5, wager 2. Okay.
You have privilege and a free wager from Kuragane.
Yep. So yeah, I just stride forward, and the two Yojimbo kind of look at each other, and I just I'm not even really, I don't make eye contact with either one. I just they're a curtain I'm about to walk through, and they kind of look at me, look at each other, look at Koji, and then just they kind of stagger apart as I brush past them. Let's see. Got 2 wagers. The guards are unsettled by Masaru's just absolute confidence, and he just didn't even seem concerned by 2 of them on him when he was walking through. So they're unsettled, and because of that, they will hesitate if it comes down to bloody hell. And that's it.
Okay. I will say that the first strike will not come from them. They will be on guard because
Right.
they are unsettled, but I can tell you that if a strike is called out, they're not the ones calling it.
Right.
As you stride to the outer way, some monkeys kind of scamper away because they were kind of sitting near the door, like, door's opening, run away.
Right.
Aha, but they don't run very far. They scamper until they know they're not going to be walked into, and then they just kind of sit. Like they're enjoying the warmth of not being in the bath right now. It's a little cooler out of the bath, which some people find, which may seem a little cute, I suppose. I will say that in this particular bath, there are a couple people kind of look up out of the water because they hear the door opening. It's obviously weren't expecting another person to come in right now. You obviously don't look like one of the people that they know. Everyone here looks to be, well, they're all undressed, so it's hard to say. But no one has their hair up in a top knot. So there's no obvious samurai here. But then again, some samurai don't do that. But it's a very popular hairstyle if you are one. One guy in the back is... you can see next to him, like he's sitting in the bathwater in the onsen. But he has, in a somewhat southern barbarian way, he has his robe kind of draped over some rocks near him, which you leave your clothes in the bathhouse because you want to, in a somewhat Shinto way, you want to keep the water as clean as is humanly possible. So you're trying to bring as little as you can. If you bring in anything, you might bring in a cloth, or you might be wearing your underwear if you're really shy. Which, come on, you're a grown man. We see your drink. Don't worry about it.
Right.
So for him to have a robe ready to go the minute he steps out, it's a little barbarian-ish. It's not very classy. But it's also showing off he has money to have and it's a very expensive looking robe, which who brings an expensive robe to the bath? You wouldn't do that, I would hope. Koji definitely wouldn't. You walk in, swords on your belt, in your full, you didn't undress or nothing, you just stride right on in. That gets a lot of looks. It's not dishonorable, it's just, you draw attention immediately.
Right, that was the plan. I'm Kenzo Masaru Haramoto of Kenzo Clan. Whose guards are these without this door?
People look around as if they're not sure they should tell you, which, who doesn't want to tell the Haramoto stuff? You are the law around here. Right. Why wouldn't they tell you? They look not to you to check if they should, they look to the guy near his robe. Yeah, which is weird. Not illegal, just odd. Bordering on disrespectful. If you were a different kind of clan, a few people would be dead right now. But thankfully you're not a cruel family, for their sakes. The man strides out of his bath, out of the bath, because it's a shared one, it's a big one. He puts on his robe. In that flash of moment, you can see that he has something in his underwear, which he really went into the bath in his underwear, which, again, you can do that, but it shows a lack of manly virtue among Japanese at this period. It's like, why would you? It's not unheard of. It's just, again, it's another thing that's odd. And he puts on his robe. He stands tall. He doesn't get closer because he's not stupid. Kenzo-sama. I am Sagara.
Eyebrow goes up at that.
I am Sagara Tenma. Those are my guards. And they are here to keep us all safe. I'm sorry if they gave you any trouble.
They gave me no trouble whatsoever. There is a beaded curtain as I walked through the door.
He grimaces at that. Not at you. You can see that grimace is shooting past you like, you didn't give him any trouble, really? What did I pay you for, sort of look?
Well, fortunately, Kuragana Dono and I are here. There's no need for further guards on this bathhouse. I will undertake the security of everyone in it. You may dismiss them.
So you vouch for my safety, Kenzo-sama? That hesitation is very odd. It's almost insubordinate. But he may or may not be a samurai, so he might get away with that. So you're not sure where he is on the social strata right now.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because not all guys with that name are samurai. So.
Do you have reason to doubt your safety within the borders of Dewa Province and the lands of the Ginso? If so, as Hatamoto, you must tell me so that I can take care of whatever problems you feel may be threatening you. Although I know of none in this region. Do you, Kuragane Dono, know of any bandits or threats in this region that should make this person fear for his safety?
Not as yet, Kenzo-sama. He gives a look at the guy and kind of gives a warning glare at the guys behind him who kind of shirk back a little bit, annoying the guy again because it's like, guys, I pay you so much money. You're supposed to look scary, not be scared. Sagara on his part says, there are things I know of, Kenzo-sama, but I'm not sure it would be proper of me to say them with so many new friends of yours. If you like, I can share my thoughts here in quiet peace, or, of course, I can get out and we can enjoy one of the side tea rooms. Or I can announce it here. I can't exactly force you to not have me voice my concerns out loud in front of so many witnesses.
How many people are in these other pools in this general area we're at?
There's about like 5 or 6 or so. Right. They're staying, but they don't look loyal to him. They look like to be just other people who are here, who are staying, who have very clearly went, don't draw us into this. Please don't draw us into this.
Right. I think these good people would be willing to excuse us for a certain time for a private chat. You good people, go and enjoy the tea room and tell the proprietors that your libations are to be placed on my account.
There's a look around of, oh wow, nice. Ooh, oh, they look very relieved, like, oh, thank God, we thought there was a fight gonna happen, sort of look. You hear someone mutter that, and someone just literally whacks them on the shoulder, like, shut up. Don't say that. We're leaving, we're getting free tea, shut it. And lots of people very quickly find their way out of the bath. Some people forget their little washcloths because they want to not be here. There's a lot of people with swords, and that makes people very, very nervous.
As well it should.
So they get out of there, leaving it with just you. Koji as well if you like, because Pete's not going to leave him off. His guards stay nearby. Instead of waiting out the door, they do wait on your side. So they close the door and stand in the way. So if people want to walk in, they're walking into 2 guys with swords. And it's like, right. Nope, not well. Go away. Someone may even probably would open the door and go, "Oops, not now. Free tea's that way." Oh, right. I'll go that way. Yako, during this, you notice that the archer that's up in the guard tower is watching towards the men's bath where Kenzo is. You can actually see him. He knocks. I say he knocks an arrow, but he's not like knocking it and drawing to fire. But you see he's ready and watching very carefully what's going on over there. Which Masaru couldn't possibly see because actually the only way Masaru would notice is if he was staring down that tower. But it's a long way away for a guy who isn't a trained archer with sharp eyes. But you can see it because you're way closer, and this guy is trying to hide from him, not from you. He doesn't know he needs to hide from you. You might say this archer's on guard.
You might at that.
Do I sense that he intends to do some sort of, like, I guess, is he on guard as in he's waiting to see if there's going to be trouble, or is he on guard as if he's lying in wait?
Wisdom check.
Because the answer to that question largely dictates my next action. So I'm going to go with the clan virtue. I don't think my gaiety actually applies here because it's not really super secretive.
Yeah.
What he's doing.
This would be more of a Yojimbo's Giri to figure this out.
Yeah, and I don't think any of my aspects apply, but I do have a reputation of being shrewd. So I should be able to discern this.
True.
So that gives me 1, 2, 3 bonus dice. Plus my cunning of 3. For a total of 6. So I'm going to... Pretty important that I make this right. I'll wager 2. Roll 4.
You have privilege. You tell me.
He's merely on guard. He's not lying in wait at present.
Okay.
And I will spend the remaining 2 for glory. Of just... I have the wisdom to know when not to overreact. Is basically what that glory is.
Yeah, it's like, oh no, he's in trouble. Oh no, he isn't. He's being a very observant guard. That's okay. I'll leave him alone.
Yeah.
I noticed him, but I'm not going to do anything. Yeah. Masara, do you just stay on the outside of, like, are you, two of you talking, like, out of the water, like, near the rock sort of thing, or do you actually undress and get in the water? He'll stay out of the water if you are. Like, it's just the two of you, so it's not like you have to stand in the water. He's definitely out if you are, because he's like, nah, I don't want to be, Also, it comes off a little disrespectful for him to lounge while you're standing, so.
He has not dismissed his guards yet, so I'm not about to, I mean, although that'd be a fucking power move, wouldn't it? Probably get me killed, but it'd be a power move.
Yeah, you see, they haven't gone away. He hasn't told them to go away yet. It's just everyone else left.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna continue with the, I'm completely unconcerned with your petty ass attitude, and as I'm, I'll disrobe and hand my stuff over to attendant and do the bath before you get in the springs part and talk to him. So,
Koji will look after your swords. He doesn't trust people here to take care of them.
Yeah, fair enough.
And he's not getting in the water. You may feel unconcerned. He is very concerned.
Right. I mean, and this is totally an act because I'm yeah. So, may I ask your name? Oh, he gave me his name. So,
I thought you were going to insult him by saying that. So, no, really, what's your name? Like, what the hell? I'm calling you a liar to your face.
So, would this guy kind of be on my same social level? Do I think? No, he's a traitor, as far as I know. Right. Right.
Wisdom.
Part of. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough.
Wisdom is the path to truth.
Or something.
Perhaps you, from his name, seeing him, you might be able to connect some dots on your own. It came off a little insulting. I wasn't trying to.
Land virtue. I'll shoot for Giri because we're kind of in the maneuvers of a stratagem here.
I wouldn't take that for knowing who this person is.
Okay. Just seeing what I can throw at it. That doesn't work.
Also, heads up for Yako, you could fire your Onwaban power if you want to overhear this entire conversation. Without ever being there. Like a spy might tell you how this conversation's going.
Yeah, I think I will.
Yeah. It's, probably the slightest of looks, seeing someone who see that you recognize, they give you a secret sign of, hey, do you want me to listen into that? And just the slightest of signs back, and then off they go to memorize this conversation in sharp precision.
I'll pitch you again. None of us is as great of all of us. Okay, yeah.
Easily. You're basically acting as a spy on behalf of Yako right now.
Yeah. Okay, I've got 7, so I'll roll 5 and wager 2. Oof, that was close.
You have 2 wagers and privilege.
So I get to tell you who this guy is.
Yep. Is he a merchant? Is he actually a samurai? Is he a spy?
The Sagara clan are samurai.
Yeah, mainly.
They are samurai. Samurai. It's got 2 guards. Yeah, he's from a samurai family. So I mean, he is the samurai.
Which I will note, with the samurai moniker on him, him not having his swords around, given how cautious he is, that's
weird.
Odd. Either they're hidden, or he doesn't have them,
or he has something else.
Yep.
Okay, so first wager is, yes, he is a samurai. Like he's from a samurai family, but he's not a warrior.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
That implies, since he's not dead, that implies he's either a Ronin who was left voluntarily or been cast out, or he's related, but he's so low ranking, like some cadet branch of that family, that he doesn't get to be a samurai.
And I think what I'm meaning by that is, okay, his family is samurai, but his job in the family, whatever it is not like really swinging swords. Kind of like Yako's job is not swinging swords.
Oh, he is Bushi, but he is a samurai as you, but his job isn't to be a Hatamoto or a Yojimbo down the line. That's not his role. That's not his gearing.
He's doing something else for his family here. He's not,
I might offer you the question. You may have something else in mind, but I may offer the question to you of what Giri you believe he has. Wisdom. You know he has. He's giving off the air of some kind of Giri. He has a duty of some kind to his family. It's definitely not, although you've highlighted, it's not Hatamoto or Yojimbo because he's not a fighter.
Yeah. All right. Well, now I have to figure out, I have to look up what those things are. Make a character. There we go.
That could make him a Karo, a Seneschal, Kaishaku, Executioner, Onwaban, a Spy Master, Onmyoji, a Spiritual Advisor, or Takumi, a Courtier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's make him a courtier. He's a wheeler and dealer. If I'm understanding courtier correctly.
The private artisan and personal cultural advisor.
Oh, works of art and stuff. Okay, that may not be what I'm after.
Which is what probably Ryoma would have... Ryosuke, rather, would have been if he wasn't so good with a sword.
Right. So I'm kind of reading between the lines. Do courtiers also kind of function as like diplomats and wheelers and dealers for daimyo? It kind of looks like it.
That's if you're being very oblique about it. If you're being a little more direct, if it's your actual like this is my representative, you'd send a senator,
Right.
a Karo. If you're sending a Takumi, they represent your interests, but you may ask a Takumi. It's like you don't come off as important as a Karo, but you're not as threatening as
Right.
an
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, he's a Takumi for his clan.
Which makes sense given his interest, since he seems to be enjoying himself in one of the nicest baths in the north, frankly.
And apparently mucking around with trade.
Mm.
Okay, we got one more point to spend. Let's see. Our arrival and this confrontation has caught him wrong-footed. He was not ready to deal with Dewa yet.
Makes total sense to me.
Yep.
I will highlight, just to clarify a rule here.
Mm-hmm.
Not really. It's. This is to Yeiko, either Yeiko or Masaru, because Yeiko, you're aware of the situation, so you could use this rule to your advantage as well. If you wish to initiate combat, the way initiative usually works is it's just whoever calls out strike first. So if I call out strike, one of my guys is swinging, and they swing first. You call out strike, whoever called that out, you're the one who acts first. Just to let you know. You know, if you think things are escalating and you want to beat me to the punch, that's how you do it.
So, Sagara Dono, what worries you in our domain? I say as I'm, cleaning myself before sliding into the bath.
He puts away his robe once more and eases into the water rather smoothly.
Yes.
Again, you can tell there's something tucked into his underwear, but he very quickly submerges to kind of hide it.
No chance to figure out what.
You know it's not a katana, it's too small. There's
Okay.
no way. It may be a tanto, it may be something else, it may be a war fan. It's hard to tell because he's moving so quickly.
Yes, I'm not going to wear my underwear in the bath. You.
Yeah. It feels uncomfortable, believe me.
Yes, and I will slide in to the bath.
Yeah, if you had a level 1 injury, I was going to heal it for you, but you don't have one, so don't worry about it. This is a really nice bath.
Well, that's weird because I almost said that the water's healing proper. We were talking about that the waters were known for their healing properties, but yeah. But yeah, I asked him, what's got him, what he thinks he has to fear in our domain.
I'm going to add 1 honor because you are putting yourself in a very precarious position to maintain the lie that that everything's fine. Mm-hmm. You're making the Kenzo look good by being so brazen, shall we say.
Right.
Which is a good thing for a samurai to look like. You're supposed to look brazen. Don't mess with me, or what? Or you die, obviously. But you're unarmed. I'm still going to kill you.
Right, yeah. Also, my bro over there is going to throw me a katana in a heartbeat if I need it.
Yeah.
I hope.
Yeah. I'm on his side. No.
Damn it.
Well, he looks at Kuragane, at his guards, and then looks back to you. The fact of the matter is, Kenzo-sama.
Is he like insulting the shit out of me by calling me Sama?
Given now that you've figured out his rank, Dono's appropriate here.
Okay.
Sama is Sama's for your daimyo, not you. So
Okay.
either this is a mistake and he doesn't know who the true ruler of Dewa is. He doesn't know Kenzo,
Okay.
but you're a Kenzo.
Okay.
Or he's being insulting. He's implying he's making fun of you, but, you know.
Right.
Better to overstate than understate. Calling a peasant Sama is an insult. It's like, no. There's no way I'm a Sama. Go to hell.
Right.
The only way he'd be truly insulting you, there is an address you use. I forget what it is. There's a special address you'd use for the emperor. That's
okay.
obviously insulting. Like, there's only one true emperor. Go away with you.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, just checking.
Yeah. The truth of the matter is that I'm aware that the Inoue family have seen a lot of wealth and have seen it pilfered from them because they don't have the wisdom to have Yojimbo like I do. I know that there were bandits to the southern mountains in the west. I don't know precisely who led them, but it is said a samurai led them. Koji almost gives up the game just then, because he almost feels like an insult was aimed at him,
Right.
but he sees you don't do anything, so he doesn't do anything. But you can tell if he were here, he would have given it up. He's a prowess samurai. He would have taken a swing at him, which not a great idea right now, but you know, there's a reason he lost. And I'm aware that Dewa has yet to build a port. So, I'm exercising caution while on Dewa lands, especially so far from home. For I will admit that Kyushu is not aware of how kind or cruel Northern Honshu is. We've learned that Date have arrayed themselves in a very certain manner, but we don't know how Dewa is arrayed. So, given situation, bandits, thieves, and an uncertain plan, I'd rather be cautious than brazen.
Usaru kind of, leans back and, scoops some water over his shoulders where they're over, and says, and yet, even in the far south of Kyushu, it must be unusual for a stranger to come into another clan's domain and raise a watchtower. I kind of gesture with my chin in the general direction of the watchtower.
Now that you've actually looked and gestured, you can see the archer looking at you. Like this is the only time you've actually bothered to turn your head and look right at him, and it's like he's looking right back at you. He starts like, oh, he sees me, and then, oh wait, no, of course he can see me. I'm in a tower. And you see he's knocked, but his hands are low, so he's ready if something happens. But he's not. He's just on guard.
I'll smile at him.
There's a nod of. Which is as friendly as two samurai get between each other.
Right.
I'll highlight to you, by the way, the reputation of Date Mazmune. You know this because you're his neighbor. He has a somewhat mad reputation as a daimyo. He's famous for his missing eye, his soldiers in black and gold armor. Like, he's a very... If anyone's uncertain, it's Date. So... Yeah. Calling you guys uncertain, he's kind of implying he thinks you might be mad as well. But he doesn't know, so he's not going to say that because that's rude. He's also not saying that directly about Date because that's also rude.
Right.
Because you might tell Date on it, and he's like, I'm not going to say it, but I'm implying it.
And I can assure you that the Lord of Dewa is the Lord of Dewa is as strong and stable as the mountains that surround us. He does not shift and change like a tempest-tossed sea, as some others might. Kind of, sidereally referring to the madness of Date Masamune.
Well, that is a relief. That is one danger I am not as concerned of now. Though his Hatamoto, I presume, he shrugs because he doesn't know.
Right.
You get the feeling, because he said it that way, he knows who you are because an Owaban or a spy must have told him who you were, but they would know that because they saw your crest, and people around here know the difference between Masaru and Shimo. You guys look very different, but he doesn't know who's who.
Right.
Because he didn't bother to come by and say hi at the castle like you're supposed to. It's not illegal, it's just rude. There's a reason why he's ignorant. He didn't learn.
Right.
Also, you caught him off guard, so he was gonna know. He doesn't right now, and he's kind of at a bad point. He doesn't know if he's talking to a daimyo, Yojimbo. You're probably not the daimyo, because there would have been a lot more fuss. But you might be. Who knows? Maybe you're a super cunning daimyo. He doesn't know.
Well, what was he about to say about the Hatamoto?
He says Hatamoto, I presume. Like, he's indicating that he's assuming that in your presence, the fact you're not attacking him, he presumes you're a Hatamoto who is choosing not to attack you.
Yep. I nod.
Well, so that's one danger. There are bandits I worry of, and thieves I worry of. Though I do admit I am less worried about the thieves than the bandit. Thieves know not to bother me. The bandits led by that samurai may not know how things work.
I can assure you that that there is no need to fear the samurai-led bandits that you have heard of. No longer, in any event.
That's 2 dangers down. Left with a danger I control. I feel a lot less concerned now. I said not concerned. That means leave. And the 2 guys kind of blink at him like, oh, right. And they stand outside. He just shakes his head. This is
what is
for
this
hiring.
danger? The danger you control? Does he talk about his guards, or?
He's implying something here. You think he's
okay?
You might be able to get him to clarify that.
Yeah.
He may be talking about his guards, or he may be talking about something else. Kenzo-sama, I would ask you that perhaps this is for the Kenzo clan's ears only, as it does not seem the Kuragane rule here. And that's when you realize he wasn't sure if Kuragane was the leading clan or not.
Ah, right.
So he wasn't sure how he was supposed to treat with Kuragane, so he was talking to you on purpose. Because he's like, I'll guess between the 2 of you, the Kenzo lost. Because you guys aren't known as a prowess clan. You guys are known as a far more kind-hearted and wise clan. Right. Usually prowess wins over wisdom is the general assumption, but that's not always the case. And he took a 50-50 shot and guessed.
Right.
Kuragane looks very irritated, but he looks to you to see if you want him to leave or not. Because he's not answering to some faraway samurai. Even if he wasn't your retainer, he wasn't going to answer to the guy.
This is Koji Kuragane Koji Dono. He is my trusted companion, and has never acted in any way that was not honorable. At least in the truest sense of that word.
I'll note to you, Yeiko, as this conversation goes on and progresses the way it is, you see one of the servants out of the men's bathhouse, goes over to the women's house. Which is odd. Like, they seem to be, you know the way that people move like that person looks like a messenger. And then, because you're an Owaban, you catch it as, that's someone else using the same power you have. That's someone else's spy keeping tabs on that conversation. An Owaban's present in the women's bath, which they didn't know to hide from you, so they kind of gave themselves away, not knowing that you're there, watching the one place that messengers have to go.
Yeah, I'm gonna follow that person and see if I can overhear the conversation between them.
I will need a courage roll from you, because you are getting, if you screw this up, you have a very armed man who may decide to tell you to go away, and he will think you're not a samurai, and he may just cut you.
Alright, if my dog knew my plans, he'd be dead too.
Yeah.
And Giddy?
Yeah.
So that gives me 4 bonus. I have a base of 3. I will roll 5. Saving 2. So yeah, I made it.
You have privilege and 2 wagers.
Yeah, so I'm gonna convert the wagers into a point of glory. I show a lot of courage, I guess. But for the privilege, I'm gonna say that he does not detect me, and I'm able to follow through on following him.
One moment, just getting some information together.
Okay.
So, you go inside, and you see that there are a few ladies bathing. A messenger comes over to one of the ladies who looks far more well-appointed than the rest. Although all look very nice, don't get me wrong. This one looks since she's out of the bath and cleaning up and stuff, you can see that she actually is, I have to look these people up, hold on. I was about to say something and I was going to be wrong. She doesn't look like any regular lady. She looks to be of the Bushi class, because there's a certain, because the Bushi tend to, as much as one is encouraged to be a lady and to be pretty and beautiful and stuff like that, you are ultimately of the warrior class, and you're expected to be a little more, a little stronger than others. You kind of lean into the more, you lean away from that because your strength is so down. You're just a good swords person. You know the dagger well, better than anybody, and you know spear work and naginata, but you don't work out a ton. Some women warriors do. They work out a lot to make sure that anyone who takes a shot at them is going to regret that. But to this woman's eyes, you see a certain level of cleverness to them. Her eyes almost catch you, and you almost if you weren't more courageous, that may have spooked you into trying to hide, but you know better. You think, wait, I need to act like a servant girl. I don't exist. Her eyes look on me, I don't look at her. And her eyes glaze past you. But you get the feeling if you hesitated a half second longer, she would have made you. And she leans in and says, Takeda-sama, this is what has been said so far. And she whispered, and she's recounting to her what's gone on with the meeting between Masaru and his new friend. Very good. Continue. Let's hope these men make their errors. And the girl scampers off to continue listening in.
What do I know about the Takeda?
The Takeda are one of the great cavalry clans, one of the most powerful clans in northern central Honshu. Specifically, the daimyo Takeda Shingen has gained himself great glory as a clever daimyo who has advanced his clan's ambitions frequently. And if there's the best horses in all Japan come out of the Takeda clan. And if there's any rival to the Oda clan, like any true rival, it's the Takeda right now. They have the biggest army capable of fighting. The Isugi clan might be the next one to do it, but Takeda's the big one because they're the ones that have the big, oh god, army. And I will note that maintaining a cavalry that large is expensive. But that's what they're good for. That's their main. That's their ibitsu, their specialty. So for them, it's not as expensive because it's what they do.
Okay.
And they are, to give you an idea of where they are on the political map, they're based out of, they're not your neighbors, so that's why I haven't brought them up before. They're based more out of the Kai province, Musashi province, around that area. So they're actually a couple this is actually very far away from, they're reaching across, they stretch out across like Kai, Shinano, Musashi, Hitachi, maybe. Whereas Hojo is more spaced out of Shimosa, Hitachi, Sagami, a bit of Izu. So she's out of her way to be this far north.
What is she doing here? That is very bizarre. Yeah, so I'll continue posting as a servant and see if I can overhear more of her conversations or anything that would help me understand what the heck she's doing in a mountain onsen up here in our province.
I'll call wisdom for that. You'll have to sit there and watch her talk to the people around her a bit, because she's not giving away a lot. So if you sit there and watch her, you might be able to pick things together.
I'll go with my clan virtue and my giri.
Mm-hmm.
And aspect 2 if my dog knew my plans.
Mm-hmm.
Because if she was being, if it wasn't a secret that she was supposed to be here, she would have gone about this properly and arranged for a meeting with our clan. So what's going on there?
Yeah. Yet another clan who hasn't said hello to you guys. They just kind of popped into your hot springs. Again, not illegal, but kind of odd. Why don't you say hi to us? You're in my backyard. You can say hi. You won't bother us, we promise.
Yeah. So brings me to a total of 8 dice. Do I want to roll 6 or do I want to roll 4? I'll roll 6. And wager 2.
You have privilege. And
Okay.
2.
So with my privilege, I'll say that she does not detect me. I look the very model of a dutiful servant. But not too dutiful so that I seem suspicious.
Mm-hmm. You with your wagers.
So yeah, 1 I will spend to say that they're active here because of the tension between Date and Uesugi.
Okay.
Like, she's here mainly to keep an eye on the rising tension. Sorry, I gotta let it go button. The second item I will note is that she is stationed here primarily because our house does not have a reputation as being skillful spies.
That's
or
true.
having a very skillful spy master. So she thought she could base her operations out of here with a lower chance of being caught than she would in Date's land.
Because who knows how the mad guy's gonna go. Like, and
Yeah.
he's cunning now. Damn it.
Yeah.
You will learn as well that her name is Takeda Kasumi. Because you'll hear her name come up a few times. Probably should put their names under their people, so you looking them up. Whoop. Whoop. Actually, really. There we go. Where's my notes? Come back. And you're right. I agree with you that she is here with she's actually acting as if she is the proprietor of this particular bathhouse. Hence why a lot of the servants are run. That's why her spies kind of work the way they do. They look like servant girls like you who are milling around, moving in certain ways. They just look like they're doing bathhouse business. But she's acting, but you know better. You know that her plan is really to use this place as a place to gather intelligence. And she is, to everyone here, you know who she is, but she's coming off to people as just a wealthy courtesan, and bathhouse owner. But you know those eyes, you know a Takeda, you know who the Takeda are. They may not know who Kasumi in particular is, but you're starting to piece it together as you listen in more and more and more to her. And occasionally she is sending out words about other bathhouses and other issues. She seems to be just ever so slightly doing cunning moves, but never directly going there. She's mainly working out of, if she's not bathing, she's dressed and helping with bathhouse affairs, and then very quietly something gets done here or there. But for the most part, she seems to be just observing what's happening between Kenzo and Sagara. She's waiting for something to happen. She doesn't know you're there, of course. And there's a sense out of her that, as clever as she is, she does not share the aspect you have that is the aspects you should have of compassion or of collaboration with their fellow samurai. That's how I'll say it in a polite way.
So she's more self-centered than that.
You could say that. I didn't say that. But it could be true. Who knows with this lady? We swing back to Sagara and Kenzo. So you trust Kurogane Dono? Koji looks annoyed, but he's...
I kind of gesture from my left shoulder across my body and then to up to Koji to show, I'm naked in a bath, seated, and he is there with his swords and my sword. How much more trust can I? And honestly, I'm not just doing this for Sagara's benefit. This whole bit about, Kurogane always acting honorably and, that he is enough in my trust where, he can hear whatever it is this person has to tell me. This is also for Kurogane's benefit. I mean, Masaru doesn't take people into his service like that without, being serious about it.
Mm-hmm. You take your role as his, not Kohai, the other way. Senpai.
Senpai?
Yeah.
Senpai. Right.
You're taking your senpai-kohai relationship very seriously, which is honorable. I would agree with that. Actually, so honorable, I'm going to give you an honor point, because you are doing what is proper. Even though you don't have to. You really don't, but you're doing it. And that makes Kenzo, which adds into Kenzo's reputation.
Right.
Kenzo are not a kind clan, but you do have a sense of, you're very much engendering that reputation more and more.
Right.
Well, in that case, I will be as forthright as any two samurai can be. And he nods to you. There are ways to make money. There are ways to make coin, and there are ways to prosper. And not all paths are paths that are led by men like Inoue, or even by would-be traders that would come from the southern seas or to the west, sorry. And some people lack the status in life to serve with glorious honor with the Kenzo, Kurogane, the Usugi, or the Date. And it is not for me to call them all the way to Kyushu in the hopes of my family employing them. So, their destiny lies in other ways, in other places. I make sure they get that employment. I make sure that when people want things, they can get them. And if they wish to pay a premium for that, then I do so. Now, this is no direct incursion on the Date or the Kenzo. But perhaps not all things need pass between castle walls, and not all things are taxed. But if fees must be paid, then fees must be paid. And perhaps certain things with certain premiums can come into the hands of the Date, the Usugi, and evidently the Kenzo. That is my aim here. And I make sure that it is done in safety and seclusion. Yeiko, when this is reported to Kasumi, she mutters, "You little snake, you good for nothing. You Yakuza." She looks very angry at this. She was willing to wait this out. You get the feeling if this was in her province, she would have done something. But she's not sure she wants to attack him here. Because she's an Omoban. She has the same problem you have. You can't necessarily go around killing people. You can, but she's a clever Omoban, not a cruel one. So she's not just going to attack people willy-nilly. But any respect she had for Sagara has just dropped off the face of the earth.
And what sort of items are these that you deal with in such safety and security?
Well, there are certain things. But I try not to get too unclean. I do like to visit temple and not feel too bad about it. As much as any samurai can. But mainly, I look for things that good men and good women do not wish to be known for getting. Some people want southern barbarian goods, and they don't want to be known for it. Some people want rice, even up to Goku, but they don't want to report it to their daimyo. And some look to move Yari, Tana, Tanto, and even firearms. But they don't wish to announce that fact. Whether for strategic clan-level ploys or for more private matters. These economies, these plans, are ones that require delicate touches, and those are delicate touches that I try to maintain and broker. And in exchange for that protection, I ensure that the Sagara prosper for all the trouble that comes from my absence. Though I do believe I'm achieving my Giri in my way. Like a dirty snake you are, mutters Kasumi. Get out of that bath, I swear to gods.
This guy's just a slimy merchant.
Worse, he's a samurai who's acting like a slimy merchant. This is very dishonorable of him to do.
That's incredibly disturbing.
You notice Koji, he looks mad, but then you see he simmers a bit because he's like, yeah, I was a bandit last season, so I don't get to be too mad about this. I was a legitimist, sure, but you know, I don't get to yell at this guy too much. So you can see he looks a little ashamed around you. He's like, yeah, I'm not quite as bad as him, but I'm kind of bad. So I don't get to yell at him anymore. And that's when I'll say to Yeiko and Kenzo and Masaru both, that's how you realize all these guards around here, they don't work for each individual guy. They all work for Tenma.
Right.
They work for who?
Tenma.
Sagara.
Oh.
They're all a sort of, one might say, a Yakuza clan. Though in this period, that would be kind of a slang term, but the Yakuza aren't terribly well established yet. That's more of an Edo period thing, but this is sort of the progenitor of these things. And between the two of you, I'll say, because in this period this will make more sense to you, normally this sort of practice happens in the presence of gambling houses and loan people. He's kind of going a different route about it. He's actually ahead of his time in that he is doing a sort of protection racket system, which isn't something they do that's done until way later. It's this sort of criminality is something you see among gambling houses and loan masters, which, you know, your province has them like anyone else. People need to borrow money. Borrow a lot of money, you borrow it from someone who has a lot of it, and those people also have a lot of swords. Sengoku period, they, you know, it happens. But his brand of Yojimbo for a hire secret meeting stuff, that's a little advanced. It's, to put it in perspective for your characters at this time period, this is a high-tech operation, like a high-level intrigue operation that you have never heard of someone pulling. Like, no one's ever thought to, if anyone's ever done this, it's never been on this scale. And he must be making, as much as he's saying otherwise, he's making Goku, at least two Goku, if not more, out of these bathhouses. He's making a killing if this keeps going. Especially because he basically has what amounts to one Ashigaru worth of people up here. Now that you've realized that these all work for him, he has his own unit up here. Whether or not his clan approves of this,
Right.
They might, because if they get their cut, they might not care. But depending on the clan or the daimyo, they might care. But they're so far away, it's very unlikely you would know that. It's very unlikely you would know how the Sagara feel about this.
Right.
Without actually talking to them. Because they're just not popular enough. Same reason why they don't know anything about you. They have to send spies to learn anything about you at all. And even then, you're so out of the way. The only reason they would look at you at all is if you had a port, which you don't. So they haven't looked into you yet. They will once you get one, though. Although, if this guy lives, he may tell them through his spies. Or he might not. Depends how connected he is to the Sagara or not. But he did establish he's a courtier of theirs, so he probably does respond. Because of that, he probably, most likely, reports to his daimyo. He might not. If he doesn't share the collaboration aspect that you guys have, he might not tell his daimyo about any of this. Because that means more money for him.
Yeah, and meanwhile, he's controlling a chunk of our province.
Like, in essence.
Pretty much got his own little holding up here. Which from Yeiko's
point of view, you know, he doesn't actually, he shares the whole, he's operating out of, he's treating this as his holding. The real holder of this holding is Takeda Kasumi, but he doesn't know that. But Yeiko does know that. Like, that's something you realize as you're overhearing the conversation through your spies and her spies. It's like, oh, he doesn't know his situation. He doesn't know that Takeda actually hold this place. Although she isn't exchanging cocoa, she doesn't care about the money. She's watching where things are. Although she's getting more and more upset by this. It's one thing to spy on you guys. That's just Omaban stuff. That's just the job. This guy is robbing people blind and evading taxes and smuggling goods. This guy's a crook. That's a whole other level of dishonor for her.
I played a spy master last time, so this guy would have been super useful. But I'm not a spy master this time. Kenzo will get out of the bath and I assume there's a stack of towels or something, and towel himself off, begin getting dressed. Well, it is an interesting tale you tell. Goodness, but what tell me why I shouldn't shut down this entire operation.
Well, as I said, Kenzo-sama, if I have to pay fees to continue operating, I'll pay them. So much so, I'm willing to say given the vastness of the Kenzo clan, I believe for now, a fee of 1 Goku should suffice. That's a silly amount of money he's offering you. That's a lot of money for one samurai to offer to another clan. Yeah. And also by that, he's implying that the more provinces you get, the higher your Daimazgiri get, the more he's going to pay out. Because he knows that you're a bigger army, and he's like, don't, leave me alone. Which means he's making more than that. He's making enough that he can afford to give 2 Goku, 3 Goku. Because the bigger you get, the larger his criminal empire gets. Because he has your protection. He knows he's okay. Which also implies that he doesn't necessarily have Date's protection right now. Because if he did, why would he give this offer? He would just leave.
There's certainly much we could do with an extra income of Koku, I say, dressing and putting my swords back through my belt. And then I turn to face him and go, but unfortunately, I do not think that this is worthy of the Kenzo clan. You're right.
We're in combat. Yeah. So, Masaru.
I may have just got us all killed, guys, but here we go. This isn't.
Hey, I'll note to you, Yeiko. If you get the feeling if you reach out to Kasumi, she'll join your fight. But for now, she's not joining the fight. She's staying out of it. She's not fighting you guys, but she's not helping right now because she might give herself away. But you get the feeling if you wanted her to help you kill Sagara, she wouldn't. She would totally help with that. She hates this guy right now. But
Good
I'm
to
looking
know.
for a book. I need to determine how mass murder works because there's way too many people fighting right now. Oh dear God. Oh, and a minor disclaimer, just to highlight this for those watching. Yeah, this is ahistorical as hell. I doubt there's any actual Sagara that did this sort of thing, or any Date. Just because I know these families are still a thing today, so I don't mean to besmirch anyone's good name. So just as a highlight. Yeah.
So do we resolve the strike first and then go into?
Well, there's multiple people who are going to be swinging. If it's just you and him, it's a very simple. You're swinging first, but I need to figure out what happens after that.
That's fair. I can't. No, there's no way I can not just kill this guy.
You can punch him or kick him and stuff. You can strike him with your hands and fists, and that could not kill him. If you use a katana, you don't. Well, you have privilege, so you don't have to kill him. It's just that if you use a katana, killing is an option. It's I don't get the save. There's no HP bar. It's no. If you win out and call katana privilege, he's dead. There's nothing you can do.
The problem is from Masaru. Yes, he's a devious general and all this kind of stuff, but this guy has moved into my province and set up his own little fiefdom, and is avoiding taxation and is smuggling God knows what to who knows who. So I think I got to kill him. That's how I'm reading the situation.
So yes, so to clarify, the first thing that happens is resolving the strike, because if the strike goes against him and he's just dead, then his guards might not do anything. They may just not fight anymore. I will say you don't have him by surprise. You declared your intention before you stroke. You didn't just jump him in the bath. You didn't sneak up on him. Like if Yeiko struck at Kasumi can't roll back. She has no idea Yeiko's back there. Whereas this guy knows you're there. You have your swords nearby, your guards nearby. There's a reason his guards are nearby, because he's thinking about this. So,
So it's as if we both called out strike at the same time.
No, you called out strike before he did, so you get +2 dice because he wasn't on guard. On
Okay.
guard takes away your
Right.
bonus dice, but you are striking while he's he's not under guard.
And this is prowess. So. 2, 3,
So I have to break down his numbers.
2.
He is not acting as Geary as a courtier by any means, so that doesn't help. Virtue of his clan will help a little bit, but he's a small clan, so he doesn't get a ton. His name doesn't really come into it. Personal name? Does have an aspect helping him. At that number, he's at 4. And you don't have any negatives, so you can't pull anything up. I will say that as you're drawing your sword, getting ready to strike him, he is standing up and pulling out from his underwear. He is pulling out a pistol.
Wow. Good luck with that after being underwater for so long, but okay.
That's why he's only getting 1 extra dice, because, yeah, there is a way to fire these things, but he has to spend extra time getting fresh powder and grabbing it out from places. It should be way higher. It should be like, it's a really nice one. He should be getting 3 dice out of it. But because he
get out from places.
Hey, I mean, so he has 5 dice currently. I don't think he wants to wager on you, right? Well, he doesn't because he doesn't need to wager. Oh wait, shoot. No, it's just strike with you. He's not worried. If he kills you, he might not have the mass murder. So he won't. And if he has a gun, so he'll just kill you.
Yeah, and it's not a duel kind of thing where wagers and thing really matter.
Yeah, so he's gonna stay at 5. He needs as many dice as he can get away with because he needs to kill you before you kill him. I will warn you, this is a firearm.
Right.
Your Ashigaro can't save you from a firearm.
Right. Well, and I'm using a katana, so it's
Yeah.
we're both going full deadly. Okay, so let's see. I've got 3 for prowess. I'm gonna bring in my name and my Geary to this, so which puts me to 5. I'm going to skip over wisdom and devious. Wait. 3, 4, 5. Right. I'm going to pitch for none of us is as great of all of us, because I'm pretty sure everybody in the clan wants this guy not doing all this shit in our backyard.
Is that true, Yako?
I don't want him doing it in our backyard, but dang, he would have been a useful agent. Oh well. But yeah, I don't necessarily want to give him a free pass to smuggle all sorts of contraband through our territory, so.
I'll give you it then, yep.
Okay, so then I'm looking at 7.
I'll alert you that honor can give you 4.
Oh wait a minute. So hold on, I'm miscalculating here. So that's 3, 4, 5. I get 2 bonus for calling strike. That's 7. So 3 more. So
10.
I'm at 10. So okay, I am going to wager. And this is like you have to roll as high as possible, right?
Yep, higher roll wins.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to wager 2 and roll 8. Not D8, so I'd have to...
I'm just glad no one's out there throwing a GM power up. That would be bad right now.
Yeah. And roll before Arthur gets in here. Yeah, not great. 25.
18. You have privilege.
Okay. Yeah, I just, with a one-hand swipe, just take his head right off. And got two things wagered. Because I just like kind of continue turning, taking in like the archer and the two guards too, and the guards are just kind of terrified. Yeah, because he was the brains and kept all this together, and they know they can't.
Does Yako wish to engage in any strikes at this time? Or are you happy with the fight the way it is?
So the baddies are, or sorry, his men are gonna pile in the room.
They might. I'm just wondering if you want to continue killing people, because he started killing somebody. You know he did, because your spy told you. Like, raced like crazy, trying to go, oh god, like, didn't even get to you, got, like, to, like, here, and was, like, made a quick emergency signal of, they're fighting. They're head off, and it's like, oh. Well, that escalated. I wonder if I should do something or not. You can stay out of this, or you can jump in. Whether or not his people, the bad guys are going to do anything, that's uncertain. But you can decide whether or not you're continuing the fight or not.
I will not, and wait and see if they jump in and try to attack. And if they do, then I'll try to enlist the other woman's help.
Masara, what's your prowess?
Double check, but I believe it is 3.
I will leave it up to
Yes.
you. I will leave it up to you. You may continue into this fight, into mass murder, because as in there's more. You're continuing past the first guy you kill.
Right.
If these are Yomabushi, these are just goons. You can call out strike again, and you're gonna kill 3 of them. Or you can just keep your sword drawn and see if anyone replies. If you're like ready to start, you're on guard, ready to sheath, but you're waiting to see if they do anything. If they do, then we go into mass murder.
Yeah, I think that's what we do. I mean, I'm trying to overawe these followers. I've just taken off their head and turned to them, and I'm definitely in the stance of I can kill you next, or you can leave now.
Masaru, I'm going to ask you for a courage risk, because I will say to you that these guards here, do not want to fight you. They watched this happen. He had a gun and he lost.
Right.
He had distance. You basically crossed through the water and got him. Which, there's a certain assumption some people have that, well, he has the gun, he wins. Like, well, we know in the future, no, it has to be, there's no way there's powder in there. He had to sit there and load it while you're charging at him. He's like, I can do this really quick, right? Like, not if I just run right at you. You lose in that. If I know how guns work or I don't care, I'm just going to come at you.
Right.
Which, yeah, that's how poor Tenma died. Which, those two are scared out of their damn minds. They do not want to fight you at all. This guy is just going to hear alarm, and he's going to run over and want to fight you. Right. This archer, he's far away enough you can't get to him right away. He might kill you with an arrow. He could kill you with an archery shot.
Right.
So he may be able to drop you from safety. But if you make this courage risk, you can decide whether or not these two are willing to face off with you or not.
Right.
Because you're standing there going, you're outnumbered, but you don't look afraid. You look like you're ready to take on everybody in this whole damn bathhouse. You don't care how many Yojimbo crawl out of the woodwork. Because I could make more just appear out of nowhere. But Masaru may not care about that.
Again, courage not my highest, but not the worst. I am going to call on my name and my Giri, because everybody here knows that I'm the Hatamoto. I rode into town.
I will give you a free wager off of Koji, because he's a if this does turn into a prolonged fight, his high prowess is unlikely to get you killed.
Okay.
let's just say if that arrow flies, 2 men are gonna die in front of you without you doing anything.
Right.
Because Koji's gonna be like, no. If you all put your weapons away and he puts his away, I'll put mine away.
So I will pitch again for none of us is as great as all of us, because we don't really want a bloodbath here. We don't want to, completely just turn all these public springs into a hellhole.
Mm-hmm.
Do you take that?
I'm presuming Yako's chill with that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'll take it. No, I want them all to die. Oh, yeah, you're not helping out your fellow samurai here. Oh, that's disturbing. We're on the same side, right? How when it comes to the guilty.
And because I really want to get this message across without having to wade through a mountain of blood, I'm going to spend a point of honor.
Okay.
And that brings me to 11. So I'm going to roll 6 and wager 5. Okay. And dice. Oof, not great. 18.
That's privilege.
Okay. So, they decide they definitely don't want to tangle with Masaru, and in fact, just like he pulls that full Mifune Toshiro, samurai glare on them, and is so kind of wild of aspect but completely cold of eye that even the guy in the archery tower, because he's an archer, he's got good eyesight, can see that messing with him is just death. So they don't want to attack me. Further than that, they want to leave this province immediately. They want to tell me to leave this province immediately. They're freaked out enough that they're going to spread the word that Day was not the place their kind of people really want to try and move into. And finally, they will spread the word that the Hatamoto of the Kinzo clan is scary enough that he can just make people run away.
Okay.
And the last 2 I will take as glory, since I'm spending 1 to raise a little rep.
From all this, Yako, because it's still part of the same scene, basically, you're aware of all this ever being there as the communication gets to you. Takeda Kasumi kind of sitting there, smirks, upon being reported to that he about his glare, and how he basically spared all their lives. And she's asked, "Do we do anything?" She looks at her spy and says, "Why should we?" Carry on. Girl races off to let all the other spies know, yep, we're not stepping in Masaru's way. Although I'll let you know, Yako, Takeda Kasumi is getting dressed and getting ready to meet him in the central courtyard area, as the various samurai, various yakuza flee for their lives. There's a half second of, we're gonna do this. We can do this. Why isn't the archer shooting? Oh, he's gone. Oh, crap. Oh, I don't want to fight this guy without an archer. I'm gone.
Yeah.
Masaru stamps his foot.
And then there's one guy who was with them. Is like, are we fighting or not? Get out of here. Get in the boats. Oh, okay, we're gone.
Masaru will flick the blood from his blade and make sure it's clean and then sheath it.
I will note to you, Kenzo Masaru, you've increased. Not only do you have a war score with Sagara, because you encountered them at all,
Mhm.
it has been increased because one of the samurai has been killed. This will not be forgotten by the Sagara.
That's all right.
Also, the war score is going to go up even more because they failed at a intrigue. One of their spies got killed. So it's not 2. It is now, I believe it's 3 right now. There's one for the guy getting killed and another for... no. I think it's more than that. Actually. Because a person dying... A spy getting caught is one thing. I think it's worse when someone gets killed. I think it's 2. But I will say that bath is that water will need to be changed out as he falls into the water and basically bleeds out because it's a headless man with a pistol that drops into the water. Someone's gonna get very rich one day when they bother to look for that thing, but no one's gonna be digging through bloody water anytime soon. Plus, certain superstitious people might go, that might be a cursed gun. That guy died in a fight. Maybe guns aren't the answer anymore. Oh, no, war rank increases by number of ranks equal to his own Fury rank. He's of a lesser clan, so it's only 1. If you killed someone of Oda, it would jump up really fast because they're a very big family. But the Sagara aren't huge, so.
Okay.
And actually, I should put the Sagara. The only way they're coming at you is from the sea because they can't. They're not fighting you through the Date province.
Right.
They'd need the Date to not like you. Sagara aren't going to be happy with you.
Yeah, I mean, he would have been such a great asset as a spy master, but as the Hatagara, whatever I am, I can never remember that word.
Hatamoto.
The Hatamoto. I can't. I just couldn't.
Yeah, no.
Sagara Tenma had ambitions as a courtier to bring riches to his family and bring them out from under their position. But in his dishonor, not only did he bring dishonor to himself, to his family, he ultimately ended his life unceremoniously in a bathhouse somewhere in a mountain. For all those riches meant nothing in the face of a samurai, willing to see honor done and justice prevail. As you and Koji step out, you see a lot of people running for their lives as the various ne'er-do-wells and smugglers and such realize that their protection has left. This place is no longer safe, and there's shouts that the Kenzo murdered him. He murdered him, and then people flee for their lives.
Murder? No.
The people who don't flee, you see the various serving ladies and serving lads who are around. They don't run. They just kind of stand around. They let people flee for their lives. They hand them their stuff. But they kind of move to greet you in the courtyard, which Yaiko, you end up, to maintain the cover, you end up having to move with everyone else because everyone lines up to honor Kenzo Masaru. So unless you're stepping out of the crowd, you're kind of standing with them in the courtyard.
I'll stand with them in the courtyard. I don't know if I can, but if I could signal to our Hatamoto to be careful, I will. Like if I can kind of meet his eyes and glance meaningfully toward Kasumi or something like that.
I'll give that to you. Like you two work together enough that Yaiko is a woman of many layers. She is shrewd, and if she is giving someone a particular look, she's the Onwaban. She's scared of very few things in this province.
Yeah.
And she's giving you a warning glance at this proprietress for some reason.
So yes, I'll take that in kind of stride and.
Koji is completely ignorant of this because he doesn't know you two that well.
Yeah. Turn to Kuragani and say, "Well, there's a tower here. I think this is a fit place for a small garrison. What do you think?"
Huh. Just have to get the daimyo to sign off on it. I believe that tower belongs to me now. Kenzo Masaru.
I turn to see who's addressing me.
A lady dressed in fine clothing makes a bow of someone who is your equal, which she may be of the samurai class, so that's why she thinks she can get away with that, but you don't know. It's hard to tell right away.
Right.
But on a glance, she's holding her... She looks... Her kimono hides a lot, but you can see in her eyes a perception to them and a knowingness. It reminds you of Yeiko, but it's far less cunning a glance or shrewd a glance. It's someone who's very intelligent.
Indeed.
And that's saying something compared to Yeiko.
And you are, madam?
I am the honorable proprietress of these bathhouses. And I am Takeda Kasumi. And she bows again. I serve economic interests for the Takeda clan, but I had hoped to enjoy prosperity and wealth in assistance with Sagara, but it has come to my attention that Sagara is now dead. Which means I am now the sole proprietor instead of in partnership. And I can assure you, Kenzo Masaru, that his ends are not my ends. And I'm glad he met his. Her servants shiver at that. There's a certain cold-heartedness, and that highlights to you she does not share that aspect of cooperation, collaboration. He may be of a different clan, but that's a very cold-hearted thing to say about someone you worked with. Even if they're dishonorable. Like, if Yeiko suddenly went dishonorable, you should do something to stop her, but that's still someone you work with. Like, that's some aspect of who you are.
Right.
And you see she does not share that at all.
She's more vengeful.
Mm-hmm.
And Takeda thinks it right to build fortifications on another clan's land?
Well, people with wealth tend to concern themselves with their safety. And I think at this point, she looks up at it and looks back to you, I will enjoy the view to ponder the poems of Dewa and perhaps learn from them a place of beauty rather than a place of prowess.
Yes, I've been told several times today by different people how the wealthy are always concerned about their safety. So much so that I've become convinced of this fact. I do think a garrison manning that tower will be far more effective in assuring the safety of the wealth. We shall call it taxation and ignore any petty illegalities of building fortifications on Kenzo land.
Then I would remind you, snow falls on his blade, ice forms where his heart once beat, but his vow stays warm.
What stays warm?
His vow.
Ah. Do I have any idea what she's getting at with that?
You get that it shows she's aware of the legend of the Frozen Samurai in Dewa, and it implies that you're going to keep your word, even in this high frozen place away from prying eyes. Which implies these people around her aren't just regular people, they work for her.
Right.
Because as far as she's concerned, there's her and all her retainers, and you two. She doesn't seem to be worried about you.
Yeah, well, I mean, she might not need to be.
Yeah. And she's indicating she doesn't think she has to be. If you're saying that it is so, then she's willing to believe it.
Okay.
But she's not saying it outright. That'd be too much of a compliment coming from this woman.
Right.
She has to talk about it. She has to talk around it. This is a woman who would compliment you in secret rather than plain.
You have a pretty turn of phrase, Takeda Dono.
Oh,
I would
please,
add-
Kenzo Masaru. We need no formalities between us.
I would add to that in Dewa, under the snow, Kenzo steel rusts not, but is honed.
Well then. Perhaps we shall see what the end of summer brings. As I'm sure the daimyo of this province will have things to say about how one treats with the Takeda. He's reminding you the giri of her daimyo is higher than yours.
Yeah.
But she's far away enough that war between you is pretty unlikely. They have to fight through other people to get to you.
Yep. So we've made our veiled poetic threats.
Yeah.
I'm going to put a garrison up here.
Well, she's implying that she may oppose you in court. But that's something that she has to bring up later. She can't fight you here and now. There's no way she can really stop you. And you can't build it now without your daimyo being okay with it. But maybe he will.
Well, I look at
especially given what you know of his ambitions.
I look at Koji and say, suddenly my desire for the springs has lessened. I can't imagine why. Perhaps we should return to the lowlands.
He gives you a look like he's surprised at this, because again, he isn't cluing in right now. But he just nods at you. Yes, Kenzo-sama. I suppose we shall. If that is your wish.
I don't see any reason to stay here any longer.
Oh, but Kenzo Masaru, we could have gotten to know each other so well. And that's where you're starting to clue in a little bit. She's calling you by name directly like that. She's being very familiar.
Right.
She's not just calling you your first name. That'd be very familiar.
Right.
That'd be implying a lot between you two. It's almost downright rude. But she's being a little far more forward than the women of Kyoto would be. Let's say that.
Oh, goodness gracious.
She seems to be impressed by her prowess with the sword.
No, I raise my eyebrow at her.
Koji gives a look. He just blinks, and you can see his ears go red. Like, oh, he's just clued in. And it's like, oh, okay, I'm not sure I want to be here anymore. Like
another time.
Who flirts when someone's murdered? Oh, right, samurai women.
Yep.
Never mind.
Another time, Lady Takeda. Another time.
And thus do you quit the onsen?
Unless Yako has anything else he needs to do up here right now. Or, I mean, if she needs to hang out and stay, we can always go without her.
No, I'll come along with you guys and work out how to deal with this situation later.
Right.
I collected a lot of information and I need to ponder on it before I act.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely sending, some Ashigaru and some, people who might want to take up residence up here. So you can always head up again with them.
I can't spell.
Actually, what I might do is get one of my people to leave her a note in her bedchamber, telling her that we know of and tolerate her presence so long as her attention is focused south.
Give me cunning on that one.
Yeah.
I'm going to put the Takeda War score over at Ichigo, because if they were to invade, it would be through Usugi, not Date. Well, it could be either way. I'll put it down with Date. It's just because it could be either direction. I don't know. It wouldn't be by sea, I know that. I think it's just one, because you didn't dishonor. You were very polite to her. I mean, you might increase it by screwing up this cunning roll, but I think it's one right now, because you're aware of each other.
Yeah.
And you didn't tell her to leave, which doesn't break her spy perch where she is. Even if you put a garrison up here, that serves her interests anyway. Like, fine, I'm spying on guards instead of Yakuza. She seems to prefer that. Between the two. She thought she was just spying on a bunch of merchants.
And for an extra bit of poeticism, the note would be folded into an origami fox.
Yeah, the war score's just one. You guys haven't done yet to tick her off. Take off her claim, I should say.
And yeah, I'm gonna go with my Giri. And my reputation as shrewd.
Mm-hmm.
Sadly, I don't think if my dog knew my plans applies.
No.
Because, yeah, I'm not really... If anything, I'm tipping my hand that I know a secret to her. But, trying to warn her. And then adding cunning gives me a total of 7. Is this going to be opposed or no?
No.
Okay. In that case, I will roll 5 and save 2.
Because you're not doing an offensive action. You're just sending a message to her.
Yeah. So yes, success.
Yep.
And I think pulling that kind of a stunt against an enemy Onibawa in her stronghold probably merits spending the remaining 2 on a point of glory.
Yeah.
Because, yeah. I am very much tweaking her nose with this.
So, as the three of you begin rowing your way downstream, heading back to other matters across the province, there is an exodus, if you will, of the various rogue merchants and thieves and ne'er-do-wells who vacate these mountains, and they don't find safe haven in the bathhouses of Kasumi. There they instead find themselves redirected elsewhere, especially with subtle or not so subtle warnings that the Ashigaru of Kenzo will be here any day. So you may want to leave, which unfortunately for them, the Hatamoto's here, so quite a few people die trying to escape. Some are captured because they just surrender. But all this is not of Yeiko's concern, or Masaru's concern, or Koji's concern. These are matters for people lesser than you. This is another matter that will be revisited. But you have made if the Kenzo were unknown at the end of winter, in the beginning of summer, the Date, the Takeda, the Lungwei, and the Sagara are all very much aware of you, and some have grudges against you far more than they did when you started. But perhaps that course will change with time. Or not.
I need to know not to step on us.
All that said, that will be the end of this current part of our tale. And thus, esteemed guests, beloved patrons, and wandering tourists all, it seems we've reached the end of our story for tonight. Just as the sun sets and the snow falls, so too must every tale find its pause, even if the journey isn't quite finished. But fear not, for the path ahead is still long, and our samurai heroes have much more to face, whether it be steel, frost, fate itself. I hope you've enjoyed this small slice of our tale, and that you'll return once more to see what becomes of these brave souls in the frozen north. Will their blades cut through destiny, or will they be buried beneath the weight of duty? Only time will tell. But for now, let us rest, just as every samurai must at the end of a long day. Till we meet again, may your heart be warm, your spirit strong, and your tea hot. Thank you for joining me, and remember, no story is ever truly over until it is forgotten. So let's keep these tales alive together. Good night, and see you next time. Bye.
Bye.
Well, that could have been bloody, and I could have killed the main character. That would have been unfortunate.
It was kind of tempting just to go, yep, kill him too, yep, kill him too.
Yeah.
But, you know, it was just way too, Chanbara samurai movie to, bristle and glare and stamp my foot and have him run away.